Okay, sorry, I had that open. Hi, hello, everybody. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Hope everybody is doing well and feeling well. Ryan, yeah, hello. Connie, Flash Monkey, KH, No Name, General, what's going on? General, you're here. Yeah, I hope everybody's doing all right. I hope you're feeling well, doing well, having a good day, having a good week so far. What is this, Tuesday? I've without a job, I have no track of days. No, I think it's Tuesday. But yeah, I hope everybody's doing all right. I hope you're ready to hang out with us for a while, figure out some stuff that we're going to do, and just talk a little bit. We didn't have any in the way of topics. There were a couple of things that popped up, but nothing really giant. Ironically, we had a conversation. It's Tuesday, isn't it? We had a conversation the other day about like emulators and stuff, and it's funny because I'm trying to get something working right now, and I made a joke. I made a comment about how like if you're using it, just don't say anything, and it's like I'm trying to figure out something here, and I can't get it working, so I don't know if I need to. Hello. I miss Hydrate Bot. I do miss Hydrate Bot. I actually really liked Hydrate Bot. I got woken up and launched into anxiety attack that lasted half the night by a lightning storm. And in the morning, I woke up with a headache, to a headache that has persisted towards nearly 6 p.m. so far. Excedrin? I don't know if there's a headache remedy that you guys are familiar with. I just take Excedrin. I keep a big bottle of Excedrin in the house just for that. Time to get out of bed and make lunch. Butter chicken. Okay. All right. I had sausages, like sausage links on an egg McMuffin. Well, on a McMuffin, on a muffin. Why do I keep calling it a McMuffin? On like an English muffin. English muffin. That's what I'm trying to think of. And then my first cup of coffee, and then I got the other one in there, sitting there waiting for me. Yo, doing good. But at least I don't feel sleepy today without coffee. Tech question. I'm waiting until I file taxes, but I need to update my laptop. Should I wait. I'm guessing that's wait for the bubble to pop or get one before the scalpers. I don't know that the bubble's going to pop anytime soon. I'm assuming you're talking about like the RAM bubble. I don't know that I would wait for any sort of RAM bubble to type anytime soon, to happen anytime soon. What I might look for is, look for a laptop that's maybe a little older. Look for something with DDR4 RAM. I don't know how powerful you need your computer to be, but if you look for something like DDR4 RAM is still relatively affordable. It's DDR5 that's really gone up ridiculously. At least when I look on Amazon, the DDR4 RAM prices are kind of normal. They're a little bit higher than usual, but the DDR5 prices are the ones that are skyrocketing. So if you look for a DDR4 system, you might still be able to find something relatively affordable. And depending on what you're trying to do with your laptop, like if you're not rendering Blender or something, if you just do what I do, you watch streams, you stream, you go to YouTube, if you do stuff like that, and then, some light content creation stuff, that system will work you just fine. Just minimum of 16 gigs. I would probably recommend, if you're also going to be gaming, I would probably recommend 32 gigs of RAM. That's the only difference that I would make. John Lindsay, what's going on? Also, just tired of God of War 20. Just tried God of War 2016. Really good. General, I was not a fan of Ribs. I was not a fan of Ribs. Is that what that is? I was not a fan of the old God of War games. I didn't like Kratos. I didn't like the angry all the time mad guy. Like that just kind of annoyed me as a character. When I tried 2016, I tried it on stream. Everybody told me that it was really good, so I tried it. I ended up loving that game. That was an incredible experience. Ragnarok tried to do more, and it was good in that way, but it was also not good in that way. There were some things that I didn't really like about the game, particularly, Atreus and someone else yelling at you to do things. Like it was, not. It was, in some ways, it was actually worse than Metroid Prime 4, but I did have some issues with that. And you'll probably hear this story at some point. I'll try not to tell you the story because of spoilers for the second game, but something happened in the second game that just pissed me off. Like I was, and I'm not even like, oh, I'm gamer mad. I was genuinely upset that it happened. I've taken a headache remedy pill. The headaches are less severe now, but still very much present. And Flash, I'm an older guy, so I have to say it. Have you had any water today? I got an Asus F15 just for gaming though. Like my computer is the one that I built six years ago or so, and it's DDR4. I upgraded the RAM and the GPU, but other than that, it still works perfectly fine for what I need it to do. KH, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak, and Ryan for the 10 stream streak. Thank you so much. I mean, DDR was like since PS1. I get it. Also, hell yeah, and okay, yeah, it's a great game. God of War 2016, I was surprised at how good it was. Greg missed the yellow paint in Ragnarok. Now, the yellow paint wasn't the problem. The problem was the yellow painted characters that you would start the boss fight, and then immediately it was, why don't you try doing this? Why don't you give me a chance? Huh? The only God of War I played before the reboot was Ghosts of Sparta for the PSP or re-sequel. I had so much water today, probably a good deal more than I do when I feel healthy. I remember that part of Ragnarok. Latimer, you were there. I was mad. I was actually like, I put the controller down, General. I put the controller down, and I remember. I think I remember exactly what I did. I think I remember putting the controller down and going. And just like being mad for a while. I was so upset. I still am too. I was YouTube. YouTube always recommends you random things. It recommended me some God of War scenes, and there was a scene that popped up with a particular character, and it wasn't even that scene. I was just immediately mad again. I was immediately upset all over again when I saw the character. I was just upset. I think the maddest I've seen you was Sonic Adventure 2. I don't think Sonic Adventure 2 was that bad. There were some moments, but it wasn't that bad. It was definitely, Ender Lilies was definitely the maddest I ever got. I think that was as angry as I ever was. Warzone had its moments, but we didn't play a ton of Warzone. I think there was only one real situation in Warzone, and the end of KOTOR, Knights of the Old Republic. I think I was upset, but I know that was a moment where I went, I'm not even going to get mad. I'm just going to turn the difficulty down. I was kind of pissed off. It was the end of the game that I was kind of mad. And it was something about like the enemies just kept respawning, and I thought it was stupid. Like I couldn't get a hold on anything. So I was just like, I'm just going to turn it off. Yeah. End of KOTOR was more exasperated. I'm done. I'm just done. I just turned the difficulty down. I was like, I can't do this. Final Fantasy Yellow 6. Wait. Yeah, I'm curious, General, when you play, this is Ragnarok I'm talking about, by the way, for God of War. God of War 2016 had no moments that pissed me off. That was a great game through and through. When you get to Ragnarok, that's when I'll be curious I think you'll know. I think there's going to be moments where you think, oh, this is probably what he was mad about. And what I'll tell you now is, if you're not sure that I'm mad about it, it's not the moment. There will be no question when you get to the moment where you say, this is 100%, this is what he's upset about. I'm pretty sure you paused Sonic Adventure 2 and just went clean up. Did I? I don't remember. Did I go off on Sonic Adventure 2? I remember getting annoyed. Did I go off on Sonic Adventure 2? Batman Darkness Tomorrow. Speaking of Batman, you reminded me of something. I'll bring that up in a second. Ragnarok was cool, but it was a lot less consistent in one. It's other than the telling me what to do during the boss fights, I think Ragnarok's problem was the more you do, the more can go wrong. And I think that's kind of what happened, right? You add more characters to a game and you run the risk of creating more characters that people don't like. Because that's one of the big things about God of War 2016 that I liked, is that I pretty much liked all of the characters. There were maybe only one or two characters where I went, ugh. But everybody else I really liked. Ragnarok, because it had so many more characters, there were some that I really liked and some that I just really did not like. I did on Red Canyon when I slipped and fell 5 times in a row because because the camera kept not showing me the hole. Yes, I do remember that. I might be mistaking you for Johnny going off with Sonic 2. No, I did get mad at that. I did get mad. There were a couple moments where I like the camera was rotating the wrong way and I couldn't see. I remember, you know what, Dragoon? I remember there was one where I fell off like a ledge or something and I thought I hit it but I didn't. And I remember I went back and I was pissed off. I did the thing where I went back and I showed you where I fell and I was like, you tell me that you could see that. Yeah, you're right. I was kind of mad. Pretty sure you had a moment during the Sonic last level, Final Rush. So was that BioLizard? I don't think. No, isn't the BioLizard the one that I cheesed? That it was really difficult, but then I figured out some quick thing to do. Because he went off a good couple of minutes during one of his streams one time. Was it Sonic? I'll have to go back and see. Mom wanted me to know that apparently the Netherlands have ice cream mixed with paracetamol on retail. What is paracetamol? Is that like an aspirin or? I dropped the F-bomb for sure, and you were justified in being annoyed at Sonic Adventure 2. I'm not going to abbreviate Sonic Adventure anymore. How did we get Dutch to stay under the name Dutch? How uncommon is Holland as a name for the Netherlands? I mean, it's all confusing to me, to be honest with you. So Dutch people are from Holland, and Holland is the Netherlands. Are they the same thing? Oh, Tylenol. Also, what about Mad Space? I think Mad Space had you quite upset. What was the one? It might have been Mad Space. What was the one where there's like you're working your way up and there's because I know that's the one that I fell off a ledge and I was pissed off because I couldn't see the camera. It was like it was almost like spaceships or something. I guess that might have been Mad Space. And there was like a climb where you had to go up and up and up, and I fell straight down because I missed one of the tiny little corner that was not a corner. A large region, but not the whole thing. That's probably what I'm thinking of. I enjoy the adventure games on the Dreamcast. Heavily modded on was this or heavily modded on PC, but in terms of stock experiences. I mean, I played the PC version. It's the medical name for painkillers like Tylenol. Oh, okay. All right. You know what I know? I know acetaminophen and acetylsalicylic acid, which I think is just aspirin. Holland is a region of the Netherlands. Oh, I always kind of use them interchangeably. Dragon for the 10 stream streak. Thank you so much. Sonic Adventure 1 is more digestible because of having a lower skill ceiling. Maybe I should have played 1. I played 2. I never played 1. And requiring less adjustment to wacky physics. I think you like a Sonic Adventure 1 more, but it still has its issues. I mean, I'd also be playing it on Steam, so there would be certain fixes. Ronan, what's going on? Ronan, I can't get that thing to work. I got the second file that I need, but I don't know how to make it work. It says that it fails to initial something or other. I didn't like the controls in Sonic Adventure 2. I think I'd enjoy 1 more, but probably still have a potential F-bomb moment. I am one who would judge games based on how they are released. I know there are things like Project 06 to make 06 not dog shit. That's good. Doesn't change the fact that the original stuff. No, I'm the same way, No Name. I'm the same way, but I am willing to play a modified version of the game. Like Sonic Adventure 2, I was going to play the Steam version. It's just easier. But like 06, I wouldn't even bother with 06 unless it was a fundraiser and you guys wanted to see me suffer playing a game. But if I'm going to try and experience the game in the way that I think I'm going to enjoy it the most, I would go right towards Project 06. I wouldn't even bother because there's no point. There's no point in me playing a version of the game that I know I'm not going to like better. It was too slippery. It was too slippery for me. Yeah. I didn't like the controls of Sonic Adventure 2. I fought against the controls most of that time. Sonic Adventure 1 also benefits from levels and stages being wider, so accidental falls can be less common. Also, Sonic is floatier, so he's easier to maneuver. Dropping the game like hot potato. The hero's side treasure hunting stages. Sonic Adventure 1 also has better music. I'll play a modded one, yes, but I would still want to see the original to see why the problems were there. Honestly, sometimes I can't really care about the problems. I don't care about why they were there as long as they were fixed. I care to know what they were, and I keep asking about Sonic 06 and like what's wrong with it, and people always say everything. Make a folder named the games and put the ROM into that folder. Open Prime. Okay, well, Ronan, you're just giving it all away now. Right, double click the space and choose. See, I made a folder called something else, so I have it in a folder, but it's not working in the folder. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to. It's the file type. I don't know how to change the file type. Yeah. I don't know how to. Are we gonna do it? Are we gonna do it? Yeah, I don't know how to change the file type. My file type here is 7zip. But I don't know how to change that. Switch the screen so I can see here. I'm gonna put that right there. Right now the screen is set up. So this is what I'm looking at when I look at that. I don't know how to change that. Or do I have to hit that? Hold on. Maybe I figured that out. It didn't look like a zip file, so okay, maybe this is it. Maybe this is it. Oh my god, it's gonna take forever. Whenever I need to extract, it usually the icon looks different. I'm used to the icon looking different, and I'm used to older emulators. I'm older programs that I can do it from that. So I'm not familiar with that. Okay, so this is it. This is we're good here. All right, so it's finishing up as we speak. Let me move these windows out of the way. I think it's a Guy Fieri YouTube poop. I'm taking you all to Flavor Town. Yeah, like ZS. It's not ZS and ES, but Jared, what's going on? I hope all is well with you. Sonic 06, to me, the biggest issues were the controls and the load times killed the experience. Yeah, and whenever we talk about, like, whenever I ask about Sonic 06, a lot of people say technical stuff. They say that the game is broken or whatever. So I always say, oh, well, then fix it. Like, we have plenty of games that were difficult to run, and now they run perfectly fine. But then people say, oh, even if you fix that, it doesn't change the fact that the game is still blah, or it's boring, or they don't like. And it's just like, okay, so the game 06 sounds like it's a failing across the board, but I'm always more curious about the technical aspects of it, because I've always said that if a game functions, I can probably find some enjoyment with it. When I'm falling through the floor, I don't like that. So I'm curious, like, what it would take. And I think the most concise answer I get when I ask everything is that there's something wrong with every aspect of the game, to the point where you can't fix it. It just would need to be rebuilt. Like that, you would need to start from scratch rather than patch this and patch that so much. Like, how many times do you duct tape a problem before there's more duct tape than there is original game? Like I said, I haven't played it. That's just what I hear when I ask people about it. And mind you, one of the people I ask about it is John, you know. It's still in the rumor stage, but the Steam Machine is said to be $600 for the 512 and $700 for the 2 terabyte model. I mean, they're kind of pricing you out of the first one, right? They're kind of featuring you out of the $600 model. Some programs are to set up. Oh, okay. Make the Steam Machine and the Steam Deck so close in price. That seems off. I never played 06, but even non-technically, it looks bland. The characters are slow, apparently. Physics suck as well. Like those are fundamental problems built into the game, and you're not going to be able to fix them. You're going to be playing duct tape by the time you're done. Too fair. You ask Sonic fans to give you an opinion of a Sonic game, so the answers are going to vary wildly. The problem is, Dragoon, I have to ask Sonic fans, because if the game is that bad, non-Sonic fans will play the game and immediately move on. It doesn't feel like there are non-Sonic fans I can ask, because anybody who's going to have a a comprehensive breakdown of what's wrong with the game, they didn't play it that long. They were just like, no, I don't want to play this anymore. People say Twilight Princess looks bland, and they have a point. Is how I feel about 06. Do you think Sonic 06 is as good / bad in quality as Twilight Princess? Where's AGM? Even I'm gonna defend Twilight Princess on that one. 06 is weirdly fun despite how broken it is. If it was fixed, it would be a better game. I'd recommend you play OG Sonic 06 and then play Project 06 to see the difference. I'd say the story is also a problem, but also it's widely known that Sega really rushed the development to get it out for Sonic's 15th anniversary. Yeah, look, level design in 06 is at least good. Oh, there's a positive there. Meant to say hard to set up. Sean, good morning, Sean. Thank you. And for the 5 stream streak, I appreciate that. It's just still remember stages, but it's highly likely given the earlier show of a Czech store that had them price, which when converted came to 900 to 1,000, but that would include store markup and import taxes. Sonic fan, you couldn't pay me money to play it. I don't hate myself that much. I also heard that it was going to be priced at 800 to 1,000. Oh, just graphically speaking. That's fair. My other example is that these are the same people who told you Sonic Lost World was an unplayable, horrible mess. I didn't hear Sonic Lost World was an unplayable mess. I heard that it wasn't a good game. That's what I heard. Sonic 06, I feel like I hear everything. How dare you dare slander my wife's game like that? What, Twilight Princess? The difference is Twilight Princess is a Zelda game, so bland and dank fits more. I don't find it bland. That's the thing. I find it, maybe we're using the wrong terms. I find it generic, Twilight Princess. It's why I call it mid, because it's mid. To answer your question, as a Sonic fan, Sonic 06 is that bad. Not only with the technical issues, but also really ruins Blaze's whole story. See, and this is where it happens. This is what happens with 06. Whenever I talk about 06, it devolves into this frustration where everybody's like, no, I can't stand it. So hold on. So let me... Hang on. Copy? Hang on. Let's put this here and see what happens if I put this here. It's going to take a second. Hold on. Lost World is not unplayable. Technically, it's actually fairly sound. Lost World is actually my favorite Sonic game that I played. I can't say it's not close because I didn't play that many of them. And it is kind of close because Sonic 2 and Sonic and 3 and Knuckles are really, really good. But yeah, Sonic Lost World I ended up really loving. Yeah, Sonic Lost World was mid, not unplayable. I'm finna get ready. I hope you guys have a great day. Thank you, General. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. And I hope I thought you said you had another date tonight. I hope you're doing well on the date. Here's my hot take. I think Forces is worse than 06 because 06 is at least ambitious and worth the laugh at how some things are so bad. Forces is painfully average. It's so painfully average it hurts to play. I would have to play Forces. I feel like Forces is kind of the same thing, though, where they wanted to do something ambitious, but they just fell flat on their face halfway through. Lost World, the consensus among Sonic fans is that it's not bad. It's just disappointing because it had potential. 06, see, I liked Lost World. I don't understand what the failure was on Lost World. Other than the only failure I understand for Lost World failure is that for the few Sonic games that I have seen and played and fewer that I've played, Lost World seems like the Mariofication of Sonic. When I played Lost World, I almost felt like I was playing an older version of Mario Wonder. It was fun. It was quirky. It was bright and colorful. It had an overworld that you can go through. And the version that I played, they removed like some of the limitations for the things that you had to, because they were like, it was like gated with collectibles. I felt like I was playing an early version of Mario Wonder. It was a fun, bright, colorful, enjoyable experience. And I was like, this, I don't understand what the problem was. And then what I realized the problem was is that that's not your average Sonic game. Your average Sonic game is a little more serious. It's a little more down to earth, and down to earth as far as Sonic transforms into a werewolf, but it's definitely visibly darker. I feel like a lot of them are visibly darker. New Super Sonic Galaxy, bro. So you like Lost World because it reminded me of Mario? No, I liked Lost World because I thought it was a fun, enjoyable experience. But the kind of fun, enjoyable experience what it was reminded me of a Sonic game. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's not because I said, if I would have played it before Mario Wonder, I would have said this is a ton of fun. I really enjoy this. And later I would have played Wonder and said, oh, okay, I see the resemblance here. But Wonder came out first. But yeah, I didn't play it thinking, oh, this is a Mario game. I thought this is a very fun Sonic game. And then it occurred to me at some point, like, I feel like I'm playing like a Mario Wonder. I feel like I'm playing something that it just feels like it's supposed to be fun. And I enjoyed it. Not bros, because Tails is not allowed outside the fence. And that's what I don't like about it. I'd rather Sonic be its own thing instead of chasing the Mario dragon. I never played Lost World either, but it looks fun visually speaking. Give it a try. It's pretty good. Who told you that Sonic, not more serious, not more serious like Sonic is running around with guns, but Knuckles is, or Shadow is, so kind of true. Just that visually it's more muted. It's, everything, like I'm thinking a lot of Unleashed, but I'm thinking of like the what was it? The Dark Knight, Black Knight. Like I think of scenes from those games. And even Sonic Adventure 2, I'm thinking of Sonic Adventure 2, where some areas are really nice and bright and colorful, and then some areas are really dark, which, I know some of them are space, but not to mention, the other problems with Sonic Adventure 2. That explains a lot, because the internet has said Sonic has never been good. Therefore, being more like Mario, Sonic will finally be good. Forces doesn't even feel ambitious. It's a worse generations system, trying to use some of those elements again, but made worse. It has negative ambition. Sonic is more character that isn't necessarily more serious. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to explain. I think people. I think I have a problem when it comes to trying to explain that stuff, because I've said one time. I remember I said one time that Zelda at one point there were like two versions of The Legend of Zelda. After Ocarina, there was this idea of like, oh, we got to get a serious Zelda game, right? And then we got Majora's Mask, and then there was that whole Space World demo that came out. We all thought we were going to get the super serious looking Zelda game, and then we ended up getting Wind Waker. So there was a lot of rejection for Wind Waker. And then I had said to somebody that at that time, Zelda was going through this sort of weird split where there were two versions of The Legend of Zelda. There was the games that we were waiting for, which were like Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword. But then there was the more cartoony Zelda, which was Wind Waker, and then we got Phantom Hourglass and stuff. And the person made a comment to me like, well, I mean, he stabs Ganon in the face. Spoiler alert for Wind Waker. He stabs Ganon at the end of Wind Waker. So it's not exactly cartoony. I'm like, okay, but that's one moment out of the whole game. When you look at Wind Waker and you see how the goofy faces that he makes and the things that are happening, to say nothing of the actual graphics, like just graphically, you should look at Wind Waker and say, oh, this is different from something like Ocarina of Time or Twilight Princess. So it was just this split that kind of happened. And Sonic, I feel like Sonic didn't have or could have had a split like that. There was the 3D Sonic games, and then I feel like the 2D Sonic games just kind of went to the wayside, but they were the ones that I think people grew up with. They were the ones that were a little bit more entertaining for a lot of people. I never really played the 3D Sonic games because I had no interest in it. None of them, just from a visual standpoint, none of them really looked appealing to me. But then you give me a 2D Sonic game and I'll try it. And I ended up really liking Lost World. I wanted to play Generations also. I watched them play that game on SGB, but I wanted to play it myself just to see what it was like. Oh, my coffee feels like it goes cold so fast. Forza had a great soundtrack. and visually it was beautiful, but it's definitely a one and done game. Wii U Lost World was great, had a fun time with it, but the 3DS version and stages were way too long. Just feels too try hard. I can't take it seriously when Eggman blows up half the moon, and then the next scene is him throwing a tantrum because his threats fell on deaf ears. They try to make it serious, and then it just doesn't work. Zelda and Teen Titans Go Zelda. I think in terms of bad character assassination, Force's story can be as bad as 06. One of the things Sonic Frontiers had to do was damage control on how badly Forces ruined Tails as a character. When Eggman literally cracked the planet and unleashed. Wind Waker's awkward to me because you expect me to believe this doof of a kid who comedically messes up lots of stuff is able to fight the King of Evil who went toe-to-toe with the hero of time. I got over it, but it's still a bit awkward. I mean, I had to get over my graphics issue. I had to get over my graphics problem with Wind Waker. And once I did, I ended up having a really, really good game. Generation would be a good stream. I feel like a lot more complicated topic because Sonic does just as many wacky face animation stuff, even in Adventure 1 and 2. It's not just the face stuff. I just mean the tone of the game. What about Sonic Superstars? Sonic Superstars, we played multiplayer and it was a disaster, especially towards the end. And I kept asking people, and I still ask people, what do you think of Sonic Superstars solo as a single player? And everybody says it's better, but it's still messed up. It's still got a lot of problems. It was a shame because while we were playing Sonic Superstars, I remembered thinking this might actually be fun. This might be fun, but it not. how's probably, let me see if I can get this working. All right, I have to be. Hang on. Is it this one? Where's that opening? It seems like it's working. Hold on. I'm trying to figure something out here. So I'm going to be like talking to you guys, but then also doing something off to the side here. And let me hold on. Oh, wait. Wait. Hang on. This is the other problem, is that I don't know if I'm going to have to figure out how to get that working. Hold on. I don't know how to make this work, so. What? Hang on. I'm having a hard time. Yes. Okay. Sorry. I moved it and I got it to open, but it wasn't seeing my controller, so I need to set my controller up. Ronan. Superstar Solo is better, but the bosses still suck. Okay. So maybe there is a reason for me to try it later. Cybershow says a lot better if you only play via time attack. Johnny also gave you the best of Superstars as well. He only made you play through the base campaign. You don't do Trip's version of the plot. Levels, way worse design, or the true final boss. It's bad. Ooh. The SGB playthrough is amazing, but I do feel for you guys with the game issues. Turn off the standard controller and configure the Wiimote so your controller works. And I don't have to use a Wiimote, do I? I don't have to use a Wiimote. So let's see. So let's open this up. Controllers. So I have it on. I have it running. I have it on. All of this should be clear by now, but if it's not clear, give me a minute and we'll explain it all when we get to it. I have it on emulate the Wii's Bluetooth adapter. Is that what I want or no? Port 1, standard controller. There we go. Okay, that's what happened. It was okay. Wait, I think I got it. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I think I understand. All right. I had it set to the wrong thing. Turn off standard controller. See, but when I turn on standard controller, it works. Here, hold on. I'm gonna try and do this. Hang on. Because it defaults on GameCube controller, and I don't want it to be a GameCube controller. Technical issues. Please hold. We need. I always said that I needed. So I have the Be Right Back screen. This one. I always said that I needed one for technical problems, where we're like specifically where we're having a technical issue, and it's probably going to be like The Simpsons, where it's the bird on the cuckoo clock. All right, hang on. All right, well that's not working. Still not working. Oh, you need to use the Wiimote because it uses the Prime Hack stuff. So yeah, I don't know. So I'm in here. I go to controllers. Here, I'll let. Hang on. I'm gonna close this. I'm sorry. I know we were talking about Sonic stuff, but I also want to get this stuff working. And Ronan's here. Ronan knows how to do this stuff. So, I'm supposed to have this to what here? Because this was on this. Is it Metroid controller? That's why it was defaulted to this one, and that didn't work. None? Wait, what? Set that to none? But I'm not religious. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I'm using the Wiimote. Oh, so I want to do this? Okay, so I want to do that and then hit configure. Yes. All right, so now I'm on the configure screen. This is so complicated. Like, I don't know. What am I looking at here? 8-bit do receiver. This is like, please use this for the technical error screen. Flash, put it in Discord because I don't allow links here. Let me go back up. Generations with most best and most misleading Sonic games because many of his parts are the best and of the worst parts. Wait, are the best of the worst parts of other games. It's not accurate to several of those games' overall quality. Everything outside of story mode is ass. I think Superstars is a good single player game, but even at that, I think the camera is a little too close to the character, which was that was a common complaint that people said. That was a common complaint that people said. So let me see. This is in follower forum. Is it this Flash? The Sonic 1 GitHub madness. Oh, I'm gonna turn this down a little bit because I don't know how loud this is gonna be. Oh, is it that? Is that what it was? Flash? That's it. So yeah, this is the screen that I'm on. I'm supposed to figure it out from here. Did you see it? I want to. Here. Yeah, that's the screen that I'm on. I also suggest Superstars as a multiplayer game because that's how Sega pushed it and advertise it. Play with your friends, but that doesn't work. I'm willing to judge it by whatever the best version of it is. I am willing to do that. I know that we should judge it a different way, but calibrate. Is that right? Up. Is that not working? Yeah, I hate setting with controller stuff. The part of the problem is I don't remember what all. Oh, check your Discord DMs to see the controls I use. Here we go. See, yours says G input PS5 controller. I have the 8-bit do receiver. What about X input gamepad? What do you have? Yeah, see, that's my problem. Is that I don't know what controller thing I'm supposed to use here. Okay, camera control. Oh no, wait, damn it. Hold on. I bought a weird ass drink today because it had knuckles on the can. It's called Kawaji. Kawaji. Anyone know what this is? It sounds like an energy drink. That's what it sounds like to me. Nope. So I think that's good. So this is where it kind of sucks since not all of it works. So I can't do invert y-axis. Can I not do dual stick with this? I have to play it like an old GameCube game. Ugh, it's so rough. I almost feel like I want to play the game and just have it. Shoot, select. Oh, crap. Visor menu, hyper beam. What? Everything is set to PC controls. I feel like someone needs to take the wheel from Craig. I know. I'm sorry. I know this is boring because you can't see what I'm doing here exactly. Here, I'll show you what I'm doing. I'm trying to set up the buttons like a GameCube, and I just don't know like. Well, I don't normally do this stuff. Nunchuck buttons. That, and then that maybe. Maybe 1, 2. Sure. I don't know. I think Kawaji is a soda. I'm sure I've seen their cans in the anime shops. And they're a classic controller config. No, so when I go to device, the only options I have are mouse and keyboard, the controller from my 8-bit do receiver, which is going to be this one, this 360 controller for Windows, and I guess this is just a generic gamepad. So I'm assuming I have to do that one. Change the mode to controller. Oh, controller in the top right. Okay. There we go. So this is that, and then that. All right. And then we got all of these. Visor menu is... Let's go that. Sure, I think so. And lock on. Actually, we'll change this. We'll change that to that. Set the dead zone up for the camera as well, or it's going to drift. Dead zone to what? To just like 1% or... should I open it and drink it? Latimer, it's up to you. I actually have something similar to that. When I worked at the other job before I moved down to the city, as a going away, someone gave me. I'm a Bob Ross fan. I had little Bob Ross Funko with me and a little Lego Bob Ross. I had a couple of Bob Ross things. So they brought me an energy drink that has Bob Ross on it. And I never opened it, and it's still in my fridge. I'm sure it's probably still safe, but I have a Bob Ross energy drink in my fridge right now. To like 15, let's go 20%. Let's see what 20% looks like. And then I don't think I have to do that. So, I guess this is to cycle through the visors. This is to cycle through the beams, which I don't really want to do that. So, all right. So now we can close this. Game dev deleted his AI built game from Steam after his GF convinced him AI was bad and the environmental damage it caused. Really? All right, so let's try this again. Sounds like she's the hero of the day then. All right. I think we probably got this working. We're not going to start right now. I just all right, so let me do this. All right, that seems to be working. Seems to be working. I don't think it is. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, I think it's working. So I'm going to close it for now, and then we'll play this later. So in case anybody hasn't been able to figure that out, or you didn't notice what we're doing, that is the Metroid Prime trilogy. I want to play Metroid Prime 2, so we can get back to Metroid Prime. But thank you. So I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry if you'll indulge me in that. What is this, Lilac? Ew, Lilac, you're still using X? That's disgusting. This game a couple months ago. And thought to use AI because in university there's so much brainwashing on students and all the tools are given for free, so I could generate unlimited images for free. Realize AI is not actually free. It has a major effect on the economy and the environment. Some AI companies can use this game just existing as a reason to get more investment for their AI companies that benefit no one, but rather suck resources from the economy from hardworking people. I coded everything myself so I can in the future make a new game with real assets if I feel like it. But the game existing in its current form is a disgrace to all game makers and players. Ethically, only logical reason is to delete the game from Steam. The girl I've been dating for a month made me realize this. So Lilac, the question there is this girlfriend that they mentioned, is she real or is she AI? Did he delete the game because he needs more resources to run his girlfriend? Is that what's going on here? Is that what's going on? I feel like there's an interesting I feel like there's a weird ethical discussion that we haven't had yet and that we're going to have. Real, it's just evident that AI bros don't get any. There's an ethical discussion that I think at some point people are going to start having, and they're going to start taking it's a joke now, but they're going to start taking it seriously, and it's going to end up being what are the thoughts on AI companionship, whether you're talking about a someone that you view as a partner or someone that you just speak to as a friend. I do think that there's an interesting discussion that's eventually going to happen there, because when people think about that kind of stuff, they automatically think about relationship, right? We go to the movie. What was the movie? Her, the one with Joaquin Phoenix, and I think it was Scarlett Johansson as the voice. And I guess they get into some sort of a relationship. Blade Runner 2049, where he refuses the real girl because the AI girlfriend that's at his apartment is more important to him. If it's locally sourced, it's not my problem. And Ronan, here's going to be the issue. And I've already seen people talk about this kind of stuff in artwork. Here's the problem. If they are not locally sourced per se, if as an AI, if they get all of their information from all over the place, isn't that just people though? We don't, as people, as human beings, we don't inherently know things. We learn things. So the idea that an AI will be an amalgamation of a lot of different knowledge, that's just people. People are an amalgamation of the knowledge and experiences that they've had. The only difference is that it's more compacted. It's more focused. They're a human's life is not the sum of all the knowledge on the internet. It's just the sum of the experiences that they've had. And since an AI hasn't had experiences of its own, you're going to question whether or not it's valid. But the connection that someone can probably make to it might be valid. So it does start to enter a sort of ethical question where is it okay? Especially if it's not hurting anybody. You know, one of the big fights against AI is that it harms industries. There are AIs that are meant to remove people from jobs, and then they do it themselves. But if you're talking like a Blade Runner situation, 2049, where he goes home and there's an AI that speaks to him and he speaks back to it, is anybody being hurt? You would argue that that person is being hurt because they're stunting their emotional growth by feeding into an AI as a relationship. But some of those people aren't going to go out and get a relationship anyway, and that's not a like incel. I'm making fun of them. It's just some people are not inclined to do so. Some people have social anxiety where they can't do that. Some people are just weird. Some people like weird things, and it's hard to find somebody else that matches your weird. So I feel like at some point we're going to start having a real discussion about it, because right now when you bring up that discussion, it becomes a joke. It's oh, you want to sleep with a robot, or you want to do this, or you're not talking to anybody. Like, you need to just get out there and meet real people. But at some point there's going to be a threshold where lawmakers and common people all start to have the conversation. We really need to start thinking about this. We really need to start thinking about this because there's a reason that it's growing. There's a reason that people are going to start doing it. When you look at like prostitution, for instance, everybody says, "Oh, prostitution's illegal," but prostitution is in a certain vacuum. It's victimless crime, right? They want to do it. The people paying for it want to do it. But it hurts in other ways. It hurts socially, and there's also a lot of crime associated with it, so that's going to be a big issue. But what happens when you remove all of that? What happens when you remove the crime? What happens when you make everything as safe and accessible and hidden as it should be? You know, it's fascinating. I'm curious to see when people start to really have the talk about what we're going to do here. They're not conscious, go to therapy. Sure, but therapy is not a relationship. Therapy is a relationship that you pay for. So therapy is not, I think even a therapist would tell you that therapy is not a replacement for true intimacy. So if you can't get one and the other one isn't a replacement, then how do you get it? And that's what people are going to end up doing. They're going to end up putting that emotion that they have onto an AI, onto some sort of program. And people kind of do that stuff now. How many people out there, especially nowadays where relationships are kind of an issue, and there's a lot of fear about getting in a relationship, how many people say, I have no interest in being in a relationship, I just like having animals. They have a dog and they have some cats and they're happy with it and they love it. And they treat their animals with the utmost respect. They buy them what they need. They take care of them. They consider the animals' feelings when they do things. They don't want to go on long trips for too long because they can't leave their dog, or they don't want to leave their cats. There's already a practice of replacing the relationship void with something else. AI is just going to be a new something else, but it's going to be something so addictive that it's going to be hard to resist. And even people that want to resist it may not. They may eventually form a relationship in a way with the thing that helps them. You know, because your AI doesn't have to just be your girlfriend or boyfriend. Your AI is your assistant. That's I never really said that. There's the whole fear about AI becoming the Skynet. You right? I'm sick of AI slop. You're sick of the negatives of AI. And there's this idea that AI is going to become Skynet. But what if it doesn't? What if AI turns into a personal assistant that we all have in our pocket? You know, we talk about Grok and all of that stuff. And whenever you talk about not liking that stuff, you talk about the bad things that it does, especially Grok, right? Going back to the abbreviation for Sonic Adventure and Cyberpunk, Grok is creating a lot of problems. But let's say we get to a point where it works without a lot of power, or we fix our power, because the power consumption problems are also going to be the big deal. But let's say we fix that, and let's say we get to a point where it's as reasonable to run your personal AI, right? Your Alexa or something like that, a device that stays at home and is a personal device. Let's say it becomes as easy to run that as it does to run your phone. There's not going to be a power consumption problem. So I do think that there's going to be a point where people say that is a valid supplement, maybe. That's a valid replacement for an in-person relationship. Because some people aren't even looking for that, right? Let's go right to the people who just don't want a relationship at all. They're going to latch onto something like an AI, and it's going to help them. It's going to be fine for them. We should have been thinking about this 2 years ago, but we didn't. I think some people did. I mentioned the movie Her. The movie Her was from a little while ago. 2049 was from a few years ago. Blade Runner 2049, and that has some of that stuff in there. So I think people have been thinking about it, but I know that the problem is the AI has become a bigger issue. I haven't finished setting up the control. Okay. We'll get back to it in a second, Ronan. The issue is that there started to be a lot of problems with AI, and not problems with AI, but problems that it presents. The power consumption issue, the stealing of generated content. They're using AI to steal jobs and stuff, but realistically, as a personal assistant, nobody complained about. I mean, lots of people complain about stuff like Alexa, but there's also a lot of people that use it. So what if those Alexa users are willing to have an AI, their own Cortana? We like to think as gamers, it's funny because AI has a horrible downside potential, but we also, as video gamers and as sci-fi fans, we also see versions of AI that work. We don't think, right, when we watch the Marvel movies, we don't worry about Jarvis or Friday, after Jarvis was replaced by Friday. We talk about Cortana from the Halo games. We talk about Kit from Knight Rider. These are all AI. They're all AI characters in something. And we see what it could look like when it works. But the problem is right now the people are behind it. Those are fantasy AI. But they're examples of what a good AI could look like. The computer on Star Trek, when they ask the computer where somebody is, that computer is AI driven enough to understand complex requests and has access to the entire ship, because on Next Gen, when they would ask somebody, where is somebody on the ship, that AI would immediately know where that person was. They are not aboard this ship or something. They would say something like that. So here are all of the practices that we see from AI nowadays, but in a non-violent, non-horrible, non-exploitive way. And it looks like Star Trek. So us as gamers and sci-fi nerds would be the first ones to see what it looks like when it works. And the idea of fantasy becoming reality has been a case since Star Trek. Little flip communicators that turn into phones. Sci-fi has always been sort of a collection of ideas that we can move into later. It feels like we're justifying the bad. No, I'm not justifying the bad AI. Let's get that right out of the way. I'm not justifying bad AI at all. What I'm saying is they're looking at AI for all of the horrible things that it does, and they are horrible things that it does. All of that stuff is bad, but at the core of it, there might actually be a good idea. Not you, but the industry. The industry wants to do everything horrible, and everybody who doesn't like AI only sees the horrible, but I'm kind of curious to know what it would be like. What about the movie iRobot? So iRobot is the same thing. It's like the central AI, and then the central AI decides that the worst danger to humans is humans, so it imprisons humans, which is kind of it's kind of a weird loop on Asimov's laws because you're rescuing people, but you're hurting people. So it is kind of a weird thing. But what if there is never I think this is what I mean. What if there's never a central AI? What if AI is not one big giant computer, but instead it is millions of computers running on devices that we own? It'd be interesting to see how that plays itself out. If they ran just like assistants, if it was like an AI assistant, which is what they're trying to imply everybody's going to get. Everybody's going to have this AI assistant. No, we're all going to have access to one big giant AI program that could kill us if we ever wanted it to. But what if it ends up not being that? What if it ends up being everybody has their own version of it? A lot of us say we aren't. You're saying like we don't have cases of current AI. I tell people it's okay, just die. It'll make you feel better. It's been in the news and no one cares to fix it because, well, it happens sometimes. And the most devil's advocate thing I'm ever gonna say, Dragoon, is sometimes that it's horrible that happens. But when they were developing cars, people probably died. What was the story like the first guy to develop dynamite blew himself up or something? So there's always going to be stuff that ends up happening, and you can make the decision whether or not you want to move forward or not. I don't think that you should be sacrificing human lives for it. Absolutely. In all of the different ways that this sacrifices human lives. But it does raise the question of what will it look like at the end? Because a lot of the technologies that we have now that we're very comfortable with, they came about because stuff happened and people tried it and then it failed, but they kept trying it. A lot of us say we aren't anti-AI. We are anti-gen AI. Yeah, which is stealing from people, and AI should be there to make our jobs easier instead of doing our hobbies so we can work more. Yeah. So what happens when that's what it looks like? What happens when you have an AI in your home that does all of your jobs? What happens when you have an AI in your home that you come home and you say, hello, home, and your home says, hello, Mr. Greg. How are you doing? I'm doing fine. Is the laundry done? The laundry is being done as we speak. What is the status of this? And can you run get the hot water ready to run a shower? Like, what if I had an AI assistant to run my entire house, and it was not stealing generated content from people? A lot of people would say, yeah, that's good. And if it's not for you, great, it's not for you. Now tell every senior citizen or disabled person that can't easily get up and down their stairs that you don't want them to have an AI assistant that can help them do things around the house. You'd be wrong to say that. You'd be wrong to tell people that they don't get to have something because you don't need it. Difference is the impact, the amount of water it takes to keep the servers cool, and AI making things fast and easily accessible to everyone, which in itself has led to AI laws in the UK today, and likely Twitter being banned. Home AI and car AI are fine. Yeah, they aid to make things easier on the user to focus on the enjoyable part of driving. Like, that stuff is legit, and that stuff needs to be developed. But as they're developing, they're gonna have a lot of other problems. That's what I don't like. Sounds like the Geth from Mass Effect. But all AI does that sometimes. So we should fix it. Is a legit thing people in power are saying. Yeah, and that's insane. That's insane. Although, again, I think the biggest problem is that that's people behind that. AI isn't just deciding to do that. Someone's typing that in to do that. So you have to stop them from doing that. In fact, I saw a video today of an AI-powered forklift. It was two beams, and the AI system would map, read the area, carry the pallets around. People want that kind of AI. It's specifically the AI that's creating slop art and editing people's pictures of and undressing people. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the real problem. If you want a good example of good AI, I've seen a video of researchers using AI to identify plastic or waste in our ocean and using that to clean. It's actually helpful in this sense. In this sense. But for every good and useful form of AI, there's at least 20 different forms of AI that are either garbage or forced on us because profit. Like, that's the issue. So that's what I'm curious about. I'd be curious to know. It's just sort of like a side tangent, but I'd be curious to know how people would feel about AI if the negatives were removed. And I think that's the biggest issue right now with AI, is that there's no intention to remove that. You know, they're not saying anything about trying to supplement the power drain in some way, or the water issues, the large data servers, the fact that it's taking jobs, like all of that stuff absolutely needs to be addressed. But I'm curious about what it would look like at the end. I'm curious about what happens when you crack the shell of all the horrible things that it's doing, and then you get to the part that is actually helpful for people. Because I guarantee you it's going to be. There's going to be certain aspects of it. Will I bet on AI? Absolutely not. I think AI would go through a series of catastrophes, and I think human beings will go through a series of catastrophes as a result of it. But in the end, 100 years from now, people will only remember the good stuff. They'll only remember that, and they'll look at the back and they'll say, well, stuff like that happened, but it's just what they're going to do. I think the issue isn't telling people they can't have something, but that we are clearly not there, nor do we have the infrastructure to support that if we do get there. But it's being pushed as that, yes, that's what I'll agree with. That's what I'll agree with, is that it's moving a little too fast. It's growing faster than we are capable of handling. Will humans be around in 100 years? I think so. I don't think that there's any reason to imply that humans won't be around. I think that human civilization will look different. I think that we will be integrated in a way that we can't imagine. We brought up sci-fi. I brought up like sci-fi and stuff, and most science fiction that exists in the future, whether it's dystopian or utopian, always implied that at some point humanity was on the brink, and they almost screwed themselves over, and then something happened and they fixed it. There was a revelation, or the right people got into power at the right time, and then something happened, and now we're okay. Well, in the utopian ones. In the dystopian ones, you're in the middle of it being horrible. What Dragon said about Grok was doing, that's why it's on the line to be banned in the UK, Australia, and Canada, as well as the EU looking into it, and the US Senate too. Because while yes, it is people doing the prompts, when it was addressed, Elon refused to alter Grok to stop that being possible. Yeah, so that it's always humans behind it. Humans are the ones screwing it all up. The UK released a new law today, specifically that says anyone using AI systems to undress, sexualize, or alter images of another person without their consent will be subject to criminal action and face prison time, and if they are not UK resident, impose international fines upon. Ooh. Humans, if anything, have proven to be hilariously adaptive, so I feel like we'll adapt in some way. It kind of is true. Yeah, and then there was the Matrix. Yeah, and no one wants to stop it because why stop? It's more data for AI for free. Yeah, it's insane. Like, some of it's insane, but I don't know. I try to have a more, not a positive outlook because everything is really horrible right now. It's more just a curiosity. I'm always just kind of curious as to where we end up through all of what we're dealing with right now, because we're always dealing with something right now. So I am curious to know what it'll be like, and will I ever get to see it? Will we ever be around to see what could be the beginning of a golden age? We don't know. We have no idea what it's going to bring. But sorry, that was a weird side tangent. Hold on. Ronan said I didn't finish setting this up, so it felt like it was working. Yeah, AI has potential and uses, but instead gets abused and used for the wrong ideas, for the wrong areas. Yeah, which is just true. That's 100% true. In the universe of the Matrix, it mostly started because actually, you're right. In the KH, you said the Matrix. In the world of the Matrix, for anybody that never watched the Animatrix or heard the story, when AI did become alive and realize itself. Self-aware. When it became self-aware, it actually tried to make peace with us, and we treated it like garbage. We were beating up robots in the street, and we refused them. Like, if you have to go and watch the Animatrix. It's called The Second Renaissance, Part 1 and 2, and that explains the beginning of the machine and human war. And the reality was, in the beginning, the machines actually tried to befriend us. And human beings rejected them. Great scene, great episodes, by the way. It's another thing many forget. When an AI is asked to make something, that becomes part of the new how to make and run myself program. That means that the AI can be led down very dark path. Possibly. Yeah. And it's always going to be, well, for now, it's going to be people that do that. I think the real thing to learn is when the robots try to communicate with us, keep that baseball bat away. Hey, listen, Ba, whenever I'm at a self-checkout and the self-checkout says thank you for your day or thank you for your business or something, I always say you're welcome, just in case. Just in case. I want the robots to, during the robot uprising, I want them to know that I was happy. I was happy with their check casher or their cashier. All right. I need to get this working. So you said it wasn't set up properly? I thought it was set up. I think AI was used in a more productive way. I think it would be similar to how people view 3D printer. Not a big boom in the technology field, pretty useful if you know how to use it, but it's a nice thing that only a few people like myself would use. However, AI was pushed very hard because of the promise to replace work. Yeah, like that's where the problem is. The problem is where there was this idea that AI was going to be the thing that makes us obsolete. All right, so this worked, right? Yeah, this is working. Ronan, I don't know if Ronan's still here. Cool thing to learn. AI is really useful and cool. It's the resources that worry me. It's the resources and it's the generative AI and it's the taking jobs from people. Then you're not replacing the jobs. That's my concern. Oh, I need to set up the controls for the visors and the beam. I thought I did that. Hold on. I thought I did that. Because I thought those two things that I was looking at. Hang on. I thought those two screens I was looking at were for like some sort of cycling through them. Configure. Yeah. So like this is here. This is to open up the menus. And then. But this is just to cycle through the menus, right? The reason why Grok got the attention and not ChatGPT and Gemini is which one is Gemini? Gemini is Windows's thing. What happened to Cortana? Was the easier accessible 1 to million of users? Plus also how many people have realized that you could have ChatGPT and Gemini make images like a lot image edits. What's this? Not possibly. Research has shown that why many AIs tend to give extremist results like it's okay to die because inputted data by users tells them that's normal and many users say to die will fix it. Wait, say okay. That last part got away from me. You can cycle beams and visors without the menu. Yeah, I don't want to cycle them without the menu. I want to use the menu. I want to do it just like it normally is where because isn't it like you have to hit the button and press the arrow or something? To move around and pick the different things. I want it to work. Ronan, I want it to function outside of the twin stick thing. I want it to function like it does in the game. So if there's a button I have to hold in order to change the visors and the beams, I want that to be the case. I don't want to have too many things. I don't like cycling because if I need the wave beam or the light beam and I'm on the regular beam, I have to hit like 2 or 3 and I'd rather just select it. You know what I mean? So isn't that it? I don't think I need any of this because this is all keyboard controls. So I thought I had everything. Like this, these are keyboard controls. I don't really care about the keyboard controls. Rotate map with mouse. Invert y-axis. So I feel like this should work, right? It goes with just how trickle-down laws work. You focus on the biggest and most accessible one, and then once the groundwork is in place, you roll it out on the lesser used ones. Let it alone edit image. Okay, there we go. The last part is what it is. AI has learned from users inputting data and reading data. So it's okay to die. It'll fix things. That's what the internet says. because AI listens to the loudest voices. Then use the middle mouse button, and I don't want to use any mouse or keyboard controls though. That's the thing. I don't want to use any of that. So wait. Then use the middle mouse button and clear the rest of the beams and visors so there's no conflict. Yeah, I don't want to be using the mouse. Middle mouse clears the controls. What? I have 2 mouse buttons. What do you mean? What's middle mouse? I literally don't know. I have a left button and a right button. My mouse does not have 3 buttons on it. Yeah, because I set all of this stuff up. Everything looks fine. Pen, pen. Oh, the scroll wheel. Click it down on the visors. I'm moving my mouse and nothing's happening. Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for to happen. Yeah. I mean, I don't have this checked, so I guess that's not even going to work, right? Let me go to your picture again. Yeah, see, yours looks different than mine. Yeah. I don't know. We'll leave it like this, and when we get to the game, we'll try and figure it out then. Oh, it's supposed to clear the keyboard. But what I'm saying is that I don't have a middle mouse button. I have a left and a right, and then I have a scroll wheel in the middle, but the scroll wheel doesn't do anything. That's what I mean. That I don't have a middle mouse button. Yeah, I wasn't really sure. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out when we get to the actual game. Hang on. Okay. No. Oh my God. Hold on. There we go. I was having a hard time with that. Okay. Yeah, I guess it shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, because that looked like it was keyboard controls to cycle through the visors and the beams, but I don't want to do that. Sorry. I know that was a little side tangent there, or a little side mission to fix this. But I have Dolphin now, so maybe I can play some other GameCube games. Yeah, so we had a couple of things that popped up. Comic Man, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. I appreciate that. So there were a couple things that got announced. If you look in stream topics, you'll see the first one there, which is that there is a Resident Evil showcase that's going to be what time on 2 p.m.? Okay, 2 p.m. Pacific. I always forget this. That's 5 p.m. Eastern, right? So Thursday. So Thursday, Capcom is going to be doing a presentation. It's going to be about Resident Evil 9, or that's what it's called, right? That's what it is. Resident Evil Requiem. Is this the little teaser trailer for it? Oh, there's a little teaser trailer for it. Hold on. I thought it was just a still image. So it's like a 10-second thing, so don't worry about it being huge. So this is it. Yeah.
A showcase with more information on Resident Evil Requiem is coming soon. Check it out.
Yeah, that's all it was.
Check it out.
Requiem. Wow. I gotta be honest. The presentation is gonna be when I turn 31. Oh, you turn 31 on Thursday? Happy birthday. I'm saying happy birthday early, and then I'll say it again on Thursday. I gotta be honest. These graphics look amazing. Like, this looks like a real person. Unbelievable. Just incredible. Look at that shine. That's impressive, I have to say. Just unbelievable. Twisted Pixel Studio has been shut down by Meta. They made Splosion Man, Comic Jumper, and we're working on the Deadpool VR game. Wow. That's a fake. I wonder why. I wonder what the reasoning is that they would shut that down. Do you think it's AI? Lilac, do you think maybe it's they're pooling resources for AI stuff? I feel like I kind of wonder if that's what some companies are doing, going back to the AI a little bit. I do kind of worry that there's this idea that we have to pull all of these resources and we can't do anything else. Before I go, there was a trailer that I thought I wanted to watch. Oh, there's a... Yeah, it's just that. I'm not gonna... There's a Code Vein 2 overview trailer that popped up, but I didn't really play the first one, so... Possibly they shut down several studios. Oh, so hold on. So let me see this. Meta has closed several studios, including Explosion Man Studio, Twisted Pixel, and Asgard's Wrath. Wait, they closed down the studio that made Asgard's Wrath? That was actually popular for VR. It's because Meta admitted they lost like $6 billion on the metaverse, and they're hoping to save costs and AI pivot. I mean, they're probably not going to do it by AI pivoting, but the metaverse was such a dumb idea. It was so dumb for them to attempt that, because and the problem is that the metaverse itself is not a bad idea. The problem is that the metaverse already exists, and it's called VR chat. You can go to VR chat. VR chat is a user-generated experience that users can go and build their own worlds, and those worlds can even have links to the outside world if you wanted to do something. There were ways to like play your music and whatnot, which is not insane, but what was to stop a company from just going into VR chat, building a world that is their website store, and when you shop at the store, you can buy things for real? Deadpool was up at TGA for upcoming VR games too. Oh, wow. They announced it in the investor meeting where they admitted $6 million loss that they were moving into AI. Yeah, like the metaverse wasn't a terrible idea. It's just some of the aspects that they were using, or the concepts that they were going to use, or they were already in VR chat, so they could have just done that. Sanzaru game? Am I? Oh, I don't have it up. Hold on. Let me find all of the X's here so I can close all of these random windows, because God knows where some of these ads are. Yes, Sanzaru Games. They closed. Hold on, Oculus Studios, division of Meta that runs its first-party game development studios. The layoffs appear to have now started, and the game studios appear to be part of the cuts. Twisted Pixel Games posted on X he lost his job as a part of the closures. Yeah, that blows. Andy THPS. I'm assuming that's Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Yeah, that's kind of a bummer. I don't know if I should be worried about the AI the AI space, the VR space, but I do kind of worry about it. I do worry that I think VR is a cool thing. I think that the problem is it never had the experiences that it needs to have. It was not cheap to get into. You know, adoption price is always going to be an issue for people, especially with the economy the way it is nowadays. But then I worry that the experiences were wrong. I think they were developing the wrong types of games, and I think people were playing the wrong types of games. You know, whenever you see AI being debuted, it's always something nonsense. It's always that plank thing, Richie's plank or whatever the hell it was, where they walk across and then there's always some family member that pushes them off, or it's the bar fight game or something. And it's not really the experiences that I think a lot of people would want to see. It's not comprehensive video game experiences. It's not open world games that people, you know, because that's what people want when they talk about VR. You know, they want good driving experiences and good adventure experiences, and they want to feel immersed in a way that they're comfortable with. And it's always like the wrong things. You know, I saw a thing. Demio has a good like a VR like Dungeons and Dragons crossover now, and it's excellent. Demio itself is an excellent game especially for tabletop fans. It's a very excellent concept. I still think AR would have been better. I still think, or mixed reality, I guess they're calling it now. I think that mixed reality is a much better idea, but people, VR is what they wanted to go for the immersion, but I don't think people want that level of immersion. I think people want the world to come to life in front of them. And if you use mixed reality, I think that's more interesting. I think a mixed reality Dungeons and Dragons game where you can move the pieces like normal, but then you see the pieces come to life when it's time to do things. A Pokemon game where the Pokemon are fighting right on the table in front of you. I think that's more of what people would be into. It's probably got a similar or cheaper adoption cost, and there's probably a better, a more comfortable way to do it. Cheaper, for sure. I think Metaverse was a stupid idea. If your selling points are you work in this virtual world and buy virtual real estate, then you've lost me. Yeah, I mean, certain aspects were kind of crappy, but certain aspects were kind of decent. There was the idea that, oh, you're not going to want to go to the real life store. You're going to want to go to the virtual store. It seems kind of like we talked about earlier with AI. It seems dumb for us because we can, but there's probably a lot of people that would benefit from having that sort of experience. And that's just shopping. What about a social experience where we could all meet up in VR and we could all do stuff together? That's something that already happens. And you see that in VR chat and you see that in a lot of other spaces. So there are ways that it works. It's just what they were trying to sell you felt pointless to a lot of us. And it kind of was pointless to build your own ecosystem because you'd probably be better off piggybacking off of someone else's ecosystem. VR chat is a free game. So if you really wanted to experience all of that, there was a way to do it. The company with the cheapest VR headset is abandoning VR. That says a lot. Yeah, that's the big thing. If you're right, Meta, Quest, Oculus, they are the name for there's VR. There's better ones. There are headsets that are much better. But when you talk about public adoption, it's going to be a Quest. I feel like Quest is most of VR adopters. So the idea that they'd be abandoning it is kind of wild. It'd be like, it's almost like Nintendo saying they're not going to make games anymore. It's like, ooh, that's huge. The reason VR chat's done so well is it was open to several VR sets, and probably most importantly, you can run it and hang with friends in a space without a VR headset. Yeah, you don't even need VR technically. Using someone's ecosystem to make you some money, forcing people to only use your system could make you all the money. Could. Yeah, could is exactly it. When you're talking about a $6 billion investment, it's probably risky to it's probably a bigger risk to try and do it yourself than it is to just piggyback off somebody. You're right. You could make all the money, or you could make some money versus no money. I do think Meta doing this is a sign that VR is going to enter a slump. It's just a device. So much for VR. I'm going to the ER. It's the device problem. I always said that the biggest problem with adopting VR is the price. And no one wants to pay that money. No one wants to pay $400 to $800, if not more. There are more expensive ones, but no one wants to pay that much money for something that they might like. And if they don't like it, either they won't like it or they'll like it, but it makes them sick. Because VR does that. So if it was cheaper, if it was $200 to enter the VR space, I think you'd immediately have a lot of people that say, "Oh, I'll give that a try. I'll have it just to have it." If it was $100, I think a lot of people would have one in their house. I don't think you're going to get a VR device for $100, but I think a lot of people would say, "Yeah, $100. Sure, I'll plug it into my computer, no problem." Then if they like it, they could say, "Oh, it's $300 for the wireless one. Oh, I'll do that." And that's what they'll do. That's what they would do. But here we go with the AI stuff again. Here we go with more resources, more money, and once that bubble pops, it's going to be a mess. I don't know. I'm going to wait and watch it. That's a shame because I like my VR. I still never got a Quest 3. I want a Quest 3. All right. So what we're going to do, I'm going to take a break. Sad issue is the lower the cost, the lower the quality and resolution, and the lower that is, the more likely it is to make users unwell, or the more likely it just is for them to not enjoy it. Like they're just not going to have a really good time. I don't know. I wonder. I always wondered about VR. I always wondered why the Quest 3 is able to do all of the power. It does everything in your headset. You know, it's a standalone unit. So I always kind of wondered if your headset was just glass. This is what I was never really sure about with VR. For something like a Quest, you have all the devices in your head, right? The device has everything in it to run VR. So it's a standalone unit. But for units that you plug into your computer, where all you really need are the glasses. When you talk about VR and your computer is doing all of the heavy lifting, the only thing your headset really needs to be is the glasses. It's the monitor. VR is the headset on your head is your monitor. So why is that so large? For even the devices that wire in, I never understood why it had to be so large. Why isn't there a VR headset that is just the headset? And you say there is no graphic or processing power in the headset. The headset is just the monitor you put on your head. Right? Foveated lenses, or they got the pancake lenses now, so you'd have better technology. I've been wondering, is there anything stopping you from using your phone as a headset? So they had those, and I guess they weren't as good. But they had the little foveated lenses on them, and they kind of worked. They worked to take more money from you. But don't you take less money if you're also trying to develop all of the technology yourself? What if I don't want to develop the technology? What if I'm developing a monitor that goes on your head and that's it? All of the VR processing power takes place in your computer or your game console, PSVR, PSVR 2. Aren't those just monitors on your head? Doesn't your system do all of the processing other than the motion controls? You need the motion controls too. So there are some other things. You need the motion controls, you need the monitor, but doesn't the system do all of the processing power? So why is your PSVR headset just as big as a Quest headset when your system is doing all of the processing with a PSVR and all the processing being done on a Quest? I just never really understood why the devices had to be as large as they were. And as a result, more expensive. And those phone lenses things, they just didn't work well. Your phone is perfectly flat, so I've used one before. Your phone's perfectly flat, so the lenses had to sort of correct that, but they couldn't really very well. Like there were some issues with it, but it was a step in the right direction. I think that those phone things were definitely a step in the right direction. I kind of thought we were going to get one of those with the Switch too. I thought there was going to be a headset that you slot the Switch into, and then it does all of the processing. Issues the most expensive parts are in the headset, aka the lenses. Look up those costs, and they get wild. You're thinking as a consumer. That's being smart. Companies are being greedy. Yeah. I tried PSVR and played Borderlands. It's neat, but I would prefer normal play. And for most experiences for gamers, that's what they're going to prefer. They're going to prefer a flat on-screen experience. But there are experiences that are added to because of VR. I don't like what the hell's the game? The one where it only moves when you move. Super Hot. Super Hot on the screen doesn't have the same appeal as when you play it in VR. There's something interesting about having to turn your head, because in Super Hot, when you move, everything moves. So even turning your head to see what's behind you can get you killed in Super Hot. And that's a way more fun experience to me. I think it's so much more fun on VR than it is on screen. Have you seen the latest rumored edition for the Switch 2 that might come? No. Do you have a link for it? I have to see this. The size of the headset isn't about space for parts. It's comfort for wearing, which is another big risk of VR, why phone VR was not so good. It's comfort for wearing. So wouldn't it be more comfortable if I had a smaller, flatter device that strapped to my head more easily? Wouldn't that actually make more sense? That's because what you're saying is why I'm talking about that and why I've always thought that. Wouldn't adopting VR be better if it was cheaper and also smaller and more comfortable to wear? Let's see this. I'm not a leaker. I'm a professional, educated guesser. While I will things into existence. So with that said, I present to you the biggest announcement of the year happening in the direct. A Switch 2 add-on screen accessory. I mean, that would be kind of cool. That would be kind of cool. Oh, you think? But no, you need the curse. What's this? Because the user's head and vision is curved. You need a curve. That's why phone VR with a big flat screen didn't work well. I don't know. I just think you can. Dragoon, the next time you grab your Quest 3, because I actually got to put a Quest 3 on my head at Christmas. My nephew had one. Grab your Quest 3 and from your face out to the edge of the device, cut it in half. Cut it in half lengthwise. Make it that much smaller. And tell me that wouldn't be, or even if it's light, let's say it's just as big. Let's say it's just as large, but it's lighter. Let's cut out 40% of the weight on it. You don't think that would be more comfortable? I think that would be a lot more comfortable, and it'd probably be a lot cheaper. Yeah, then you can have the DS, 3DS, NSO app. Ooh. The reason you flip the screen is to actually screen two. That's actually a thing. The top USB port only has a connector. Oh, when you flip the screen over to the battery, the bottom is the only one with video output. That would make the vision worse because you need that space for your eyes from the image. Now, I'm not saying bring it closer, Dragon. I'm saying cut the distance off. I'm saying let's say it was smaller, or you keep the same size but it's just lighter. That's what I'm saying. If don't make it smaller. Ignore making it smaller. Just make it lighter. Make it 40% lighter because there's tech in there that you now don't need. You don't need memory. You don't need storage. You don't need processing power. All you need is the processor to put an image on your screens, which you don't really need that. That's in your system. That's what I'm saying. Take all of that stuff out and have something else doing the processing power, and then it's the same device. Same size and everything, but it weighs less. Let's drop VR and just invest in a chip in our head to stream directly to our brain. No, thank you. No, thank you. If offered, would I have a chip in my head? No, I wouldn't do that. I'll tell you what I would do, Lilac. I used to ask this as a question to people. If you can tell me that the technology works perfectly. Well, fine enough. I would consider cybernetic enhancements. I would consider a cybernetic enhancement. I don't know that I would remove a limb and replace it with a cybernetic part, but if something ever happened, I would be open to that. I would be open to, yes, let's put a cybernetic arm or do a cybernetic leg or something. I would be open to that. But the idea of a chip in my head where it can communicate with me directly, no. See, when you've got something in your head that someone externally can always communicate to you with, that's when you start getting calls from Miles McKenzie. And I don't trust any company to do that. Have you seen the amount of monkeys Elon? No, No, I haven't. Is that a thing? Is that a real thing? All right. So here's what we're gonna do. I am going to. Oh, sorry, I was looking at something. That's PSVR. Similar weight issues. You still need some parts to translate, even if the console or OC does the heavy lifting. Sadly, those parts can only be so light and small. Yeah, at the moment at least. VR devs have talked about that being the biggest limiter. Yeah, making it smaller is just really hard. So here's your first step to making it smaller. Take the processor out of the headset device and put the processor somewhere else. Sell a headset that is just the monitor and the motion controls. And they don't do that. That's the thing, is that you can say that it'll work or not work, but it doesn't seem like anybody's even tried. No one's even trying to make a headset that is just the monitor and the motion controls and not any of the processor. Uh, if you could communicate to the chip, I'd invest in learning how to hack into it. Just to send people random, they'll never believe you messages. Elon wanted to do neural chip stuff and said that he succeeded testing it with monkeys. Oh, conveniently leaving out the like 9. Oh, I didn't know that. Wario, I didn't actually know that happened. I'm saying examples like the PSVR do that, but it still needs some parts in the headset. Yeah, but the PSVR 1 was how many years ago? Technology has grown much in the last 10 years. So it just doesn't feel like anybody's like, even if we're not there yet, it doesn't feel like anybody's even trying. That's what I mean, is that I feel like if anybody was trying at this point, we'd at least have bad examples of it. And I don't think we have any examples of it. The closest are these glasses that came out. I forget what they were called. They were supposed to simulate a monitor, but they're not VR. No way that company wouldn't try to send ads to your brain. Yeah, that's my biggest concern, is that they would send me ads. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'm going to get more coffee. And then when I come back, we are going to test this Prime hack. We're going to see if we can play Metroid Prime 2. If it works, that's going to be the game that we're playing. And then I'll give you some caveats, because it's been a long time since I played it. Not caviar, caveats. We're playing a third-party bad example, but they died real fast. We can't count Google Glass. Yeah, and this other one that I have is third-party. It's not a terrible device. It's not a VR headset. Yeah, I would love to see a VR headset that relies on your computer for all of the processing power and doesn't do any of that, and none of that technology is built into the headset. I just want to see if it works. I want to see if there's a way to make a device like that. But give me a few minutes, and I will be right back. Okay. My coffee was cold, so I had to heat it up. Alrighty, so let's see if we can get this working. So, hang on 1 second. Turn my controller on. I said, this is someone who really wants VR to, yeah. No one wants to foot that cost. Yeah, and I'm sure they didn't want to foot the $6 billion that they're now losing. That's why someone's gonna have to. Someone's gonna be first. Someone is definitely gonna be first. Alrighty. Wait, is this? Oh, these are the same two. What's that? There we go. It was open twice. All right. I think we're good to go. Let's see here. Oh, damn it. Hold on. I think I screwed up. When's holodeck? I mean, yeah. Where's my holodeck at? All right. So let's close that one. Oh, damn it. Well, it's got this stupid thing that pops up. Like, do you want to use Discord for overlay? No. Move out of the way so I can pick my choice. None. Configure. Okay. I think we're good. As a massive fan of coffee, how do I like my coffee? I'm only now getting into making espresso. I just got a cheap espresso machine from my niece, so I'm gonna try. I gotta get a better portafilter thingy. I want to get a different portafilter, but a little dark. I do like a good dark roast, like a medium roast or a dark roast. I'm not a huge fan of light roast coffee, but I can drink light roast coffee. Sugar, gotta be real sugar. No brown sugar, no sugar substitute or anything, and whole milk. I do love me some whole. I love me some whole milk, but I haven't tried oat milk, and everybody says that oat milk is really good, but I haven't tried it yet. I've done almond milk. I don't like almond milk, and I had a frother, and what I would do is I would froth up the milk so that it was really like dense foam, and then I would pour the coffee over it. That was amazing. That was awesome. I haven't done that in a little while. This review is going to be who's going to be first and who's last. Brown sugar is sugar, but brown sugar tastes different. It's I love brown sugar. Don't get it wrong. But I've tried brown sugar in my coffee, and I don't like what it does. I don't like what it does to the flavor, and it's not as sweet. I feel like I need more brown sugar to be as sweet as if I put regular white sugar. But I mostly just mean it's less about brown sugar because I don't think anybody really uses that for their coffee. But I've seen like the natural raw sugar, and I don't like that. I don't like sugar substitute, no equal or NutraSweet or anything. It's got to be sugar, cane white sugar. I'll make one the way I used to one day, and then I'll take pictures of it and show you guys what it looked like. Some use brown sugar, but you expect it's a different. It is a different taste, yeah. But yeah, brown sugar is white sugar with molasses, so you're putting something in there that isn't normally there. And I've done this once, and I do think that this is kind of awesome, but I don't do it often. Make your coffee, got your cream and sugar or your milk and sugar, whatever it is, and put a packet of hot cocoa mix into it. I've done that, and that's pretty good. that ends up being pretty good. All right, so we're going to close this. So let's hope this works. Buttered coffee? I never had that. I used to drink coffee black for years and years. Now I add French vanilla, and it's life-changing. I used to use hazelnut creamer, and when I started really paying attention to the coffee itself and wanting to taste the coffee a little bit more, I went back and I tried to use hazelnut creamer, and it was way too sweet. I didn't like it. I didn't like what it did. All right, so I think we're okay here. Oh, there we go. Full screen. Has to be half and half for me. Can't use whole milk. I like brown sugar because regular has a bad aftertaste. See, I feel like just sugar gets rid of the aftertaste. If you've got especially if your aftertaste is kind of soury. Let me change. Okay. I've heard of buttered coffee. I'm good with any coffee as long as it doesn't have as long as it doesn't taste like it's going to give me diabetes. All right. Thank you for using our Prime hack. See our wiki for help. All right, I picked this guy because I didn't know. Here, I'm gonna. It started on him, so I picked him. I'm gonna pick this. Oh wait, I suppose. Who looks more like me? We got. Who looks more like me? I don't know who we should pick here. Let me turn this down a little bit. It's between 1 and 4. Five? No way. 1? I'll go with 1. Oh, wait, hold on. One looks like me before I had long hair. Yeah, a little bit. I'm totally giving blonde lady vibes. Start single player. See, we got Metroid multiplayer. Can we get more of that? Normal it is. It's weird. There's this weird sort of graphical layer over everything. It's almost like a filter of some kind. Here, let me turn it down just a little bit. That's only in the menu. Oh, okay. So I'm right that that's what it feels like. That it feels like there was a thing there. Uploading last known coordinate, and you can see everything. Everything is all right. Everything is coming through. You can hear the game. Everything's fine. This has been my first time playing Prime 2 in forever. Hey, and this is a return to the Prime games. The plan was to go through all the Prime games, and here we are. The motion stuff in 3 will basically be automatic. Good. Yeah, so this all looks like a rough texture. I'm assuming the gameplay is better. I apologize now. I'm probably going to get lost a lot, and there will be deaths. I love this ship so much, but I really do prefer the Prime 3 one. It's just so good. A lot of screen tearing, too. Size because Torvis Bog. What, do you not like this area or do you love this area? All right. Oh, wait. So let me make sure that's picked. Press Z to hold onto the target. Yeah, I know. I should have set that up to do that. Okay. Oh, stream title. I did. I changed it. Refresh. Refresh. I changed it. How does it feel? It feels really smooth. It feels really smooth. I'll be honest. Can I be honest with you, Ronan? It feels a little smoother than remastered. Like it's snappy. Maybe I just have to change the sensitivity in Prime Remastered, but yeah, it feels really good. I kind of want to play Hunters like this. One thing I didn't do in Prime 4 was I didn't change the controls to be the face buttons for shooting. I should probably try and change that. I've gotten so used to bumpers and triggers for shooting. Oh, wait. So, what was my... Oh, I don't have any visors. Okay. Right. No, how do I scan? That's the button. Ooh. That was weird. Maybe that's what I missed. I didn't set it up to open the visor or to open the visor menu, I thought. Down is to shoot missiles? Hold on. All right. I have to change. Yeah, so the one thing I'm missing is I don't know how to open the visor button so that I can scan things. All right, so I need that, and I need to change this missile firing. Yeah, I didn't finish setting up the control. That's what we were talking about, but I thought I did. So configure. Yeah, see, some of this stuff is mapped to keyboard. Lock on, missile. So I want to change this. I want this to be triggers, probably. Trigger R. Visor. See, I don't want enable visor menu. Oh, maybe that was the problem. No? Change morph ball. Well, I have morph ball on circle. That's fine. Yeah, I have it so that I hit circle and she goes into morph ball. So I'm not bad with that. I just need to bring up the visors. Why? I don't know. These are keyboard options. I don't want to be using the keyboard. The purpose of using a controller is to avoid the keyboard as much as I can. Morph ball button. Yeah, see, like these two I have somewhere. That's for lock on. I have that set for shoulder. Yeah, I'll probably leave that for shoulder. Visor 1. Yeah, I thought that's what. Yeah, visor menu pad E. But that doesn't do anything. So what was that? That's here? No. Oh, wait, hold on. I had morph ball. Okay, is that what you were saying, Ronan? Because I had morph ball set up to the same thing. So let me try that. Hold on. And click. So that's morph ball. What the heck is that? We still troubleshooting. Yeah, now I'm kind of trying to figure all this out. What in the world is that? Huh. Visor menu? Oh, is that how you pick the different beams? Or the different visors? Hold on. So wait, did I have that right? Ah, there we go. And then, so I don't want that there. I want that to be lock on. Okay. Yeah, that's the visor menu. So let's change this to visor menu is here. That's the shoot missiles. This is, let's change the lock on to here. And then morph ball is there. Okay. The other thing I need is the beam, switching beams. Pad W. Okay. So I think we're good now. So then I hit that. And then I don't remember what button to hit for that. So we can change it. What button do I hit for that? Scan visor. I don't know what button to hit for the scan visor. Hold on. Shoot, select, visor menu. What button am I supposed to hit for the scan visor? Oh, that door. No, the door's locked, but I'm trying to scan it. No, the door's locked, but I at least want to be able to scan it. Oh, you have to. Oh, it's the lock on button. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Yeah, is it lock on? Thank you, Latimer. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Okay, it's lock on. Yeah. No, yeah, I figured the door was locked or it was something under, like, I couldn't use, but all right. Okay, so nothing here. Yeah. All right, so. Oh, look, it scanned one thing and they all became, it did them all. It's a Galactic Federation crate. Am I going for 100% scans? I mean, I feel like I'm not. When do I ever go for 100% anything? Oh, and the blue ones are nonsense, right? The blue ones aren't actually the ones that you want. There we go. Did this game have recording to logbook? Recording to logbook. It's been forever. My apologies. I have played this game before, I promise you, but it's been forever since I've played this game. I have to get used to that. Oh, wait. What was that? There's a converter cargo pod gate. Oh, nearby panel. There we go. There. Whilst I remember how to tell you about the Hunter's button control mod, so apparently disappeared from the internet and any sites that used to have it, which I'm assuming is wild. I was hunting for it to link to you the other day. So it just randomly vanished, huh? Do you think maybe Nintendo started cracking down on people? Maybe they started sending people messages to say, hey, please remove this because we're up to something. Which would be great. I really want Nintendo to bring back Hunters. I'm kind of disappointed that Hunters wasn't a thing. I don't think so because other Metroid mods and Hunter ROMs are still up, just not that one. Okay. What the hell? Oh, wait. Yeah, there it is. I missed you recording the logbook. I used to love you. The hell? Nintendo also generally doesn't care about mods unless the mods also give out the names, the games themselves, or are charged for. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, one of my issues with setting this up was that I didn't have the ROM for it. Also, I'll be honest with you, face buttons as the shoot buttons is kind of I'm having to get used to this. I might actually undo this. Huh. I wasn't really expecting that to be the case when going back to earlier Prime games, having the face buttons be shoot. I wasn't really expecting that to be kind of an issue, but it kind of is. You can change it however it may be confusing because that's the A button. Yeah, because I was going to set it as my trigger button. Oh, wait, this game didn't have... Oh, I have the boost ball. When I was playing 4, I didn't realize that you could use the boost ball to kill enemies, and I ended up doing it by accident. I ended up talking to John a few days later, and he said, yeah, I had no idea that you didn't know that. That's actually one of the quickest ways to kill a lot of enemies. And I thought, I just never used it. I never thought that was a thing, that you kill enemies with the boost ball. Uh-oh. Who's gonna tell him? Wait, what happened? Yeah, he's like, yeah, that's a lot of strats that they use the boost ball. I'm like, I have never used the boost ball to kill anything. Now I'm just gonna do it all the time. You set up the spring ball for the morph ball in the controls. I did not. Maybe that's what I'm missing? Just gonna do this the whole time. I should probably actually kill enemies. Oh, that's right. In 2, you don't have to do all of the... You don't have to scan all of those things. Anything that I need? Prime 4 also does seem to suffer from a decent number of I can do that moments and mechanics. You might not be able to jump while in morph ball form. Yeah, because this does this have a spring ball? Spring ball is alt. Oh, there we go. There we go. But now I can't wait. But I can't set the jump and the boost to the same thing. I have to set it to something else. Improve motion controls. Tap repeatedly. You can. I can? Morph ball profile. Modifier. Curve sensitivity. This feels like a lot of work. The good thing is I've closed it and reopened it and everything was set up. So that I should only have to open it once. Or I should only have to do all of this stuff once. You can set jump to your jump. That's what I have it set to. So then what do I need to change? Because there's no option for boost ball. Yeah, jump and cancel is my X button. Morph ball, lock on. It's not here. I'm looking at all the options, and there's no option for what's boost ball tied to in the OG game. Good question. Maybe it's tied to. Wait, hold on. I'm setting it to the scan button. Since I can't scan when I'm morphed, I'm going to set it to the scan button and see what happens. Oh, wait, hold on. I got those backwards. No, I'm setting... Jump is that button. And then spring ball is... Yeah, hold on. I'm confused. Yeah, see, there's no option here for me to set boost ball up. Spring ball and Prime Trilogy swinging the Wiimote up. It might have been. Disable. Morph ball map. Beams. Speaker. Battery. This is a nice screen, isn't it? Hold on. Let's get us to here. Samus by the fire. Does she take damage from it? There we go. There we go. It's a nice screensaver. Yeah, I can't. Spring ball motion interactions. Grapple lasso. Previous menu speaker. Morph ball. Morph ball roasting on open fire. Russo Brothers have said that the 4 Avengers Doomsday teasers, what you've been watching for the last 4 weeks, are not teasers or trailers. They're stories. They are clues. Pay attention. I got to go back and watch them. This is a riveting gameplay. I'm sure everybody's very happy to be watching me do this. Oh, have I watched the One Piece? We watched it on stream yesterday. We watched it on stream. I like it. I think it looks good. I think some of the characters look great. I forget some of the characters, so I can't really comment on them. I didn't see the characters that I really wanted to see, so I was kind of bummed out about that. Lock on there. All right, so hold on. All right, so I think I'm just gonna leave it like this for now, so that we can actually just play the game. So that's boost, and then I have to jump with the L, which is a little weird, but... And then we do that. Okay. You wanted to see the lady with spikes on her boobs. No, I actually wanted to see... I wanted to see Crocodile, but I know that we probably won't see Crocodile yet. I wanted to see Smoker and Ace. But I don't know if we're even going to see them. The Giants we kind of saw. We saw a little bit of the Giants, so I am very happy for that. No, I want to see Smoker and I want to see Ace, but I guess they're not until later. So we're probably not going to see them yet, right? We should at least see Smoker, because they cast Smoker and they cast Crocodile. Did they cast Ace? I don't know if they actually cast Ace. All right, and the award for most complicated door. Only thing with Smoker is we saw him in the teaser at the end of season 1. So we didn't see Ace at all. Are we seeing the ladies? We saw Nefertiti, and we saw Robin. We saw... Who else did we see? We saw somebody else. Ace, we're not sure if they'll put him in yet or hold for season 3, which is kind of a bummer. They might bump up Ace's intro into another season. Yeah, see, that's kind of a bummer. That's a bummer because we're not going to see the scene where Luffy crashes into Smoker and then crashes into Ace. Which is probably one of the best moments. It's so nice to have a Metroid game where you start with all of your stuff. Surely we'll keep all of these power-ups, right? I see no reason why we wouldn't. We saw Baroque Works. And I'd have to go back and get some refresher because there were a bunch of characters in there. There were a handful of characters that I looked at and thought, I don't know who these people are. I don't remember them. Which then becomes the problem of, is it because I don't remember them, or are they showing characters out of order and I haven't seen them yet? This doesn't seem like I want to do that. Yeah, it's more not remembering, because you'll probably remember better if we have seen those characters or not. Hello, Dark Samus, one of the better looking amiibos with the greatest texturing on an amiibo there probably has ever been. Ugh. Oh. It's Phazon! Uh-oh. Well, that's a problem. Oh! Ring-a-ding-ing. Damn it, go backwards. Dark Samus probably one of the coolest Metroid villains in the series. It's a concept I really like. I wouldn't mind. I mean, I feel like Dark Samus is done, so the arc is over. But I can't wait to see what they look like, what the Dark Samus looks like when they remaster these games. Rariatu's. Oh, come on. Rariatu fan art of Dark Samus, Samus and Dark Samus in bikini. There's referee in my head. A Stone. I'm gonna need to see that. Just heads up there. I'm gonna need a solid from you, and let me know what that looks like. Okay. So, go this way. Oh, I'm out of missiles. Oh, wait, I don't have missiles anymore. No, we're talking loot. No. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to remember all these buttons. All right, back this way. I put it in follower form. All right, let's see. Oh. Didn't realize I closed it. Okay. That's good. There was one that I had, Stone. It's probably it's got to be somewhere on my computer. It was like sexy pictures of Samus, but it was the morph ball with a pair of underwear on it. I'll have to, if I find it, I'll try to remember to put it on there. Oh, I still have the charge beam. This way. It's so atmospheric. Did I just get turned around? Am I going the same exact way? so that all works. Yeah, that way. This way. This is how I get lost, by the way. Whenever everybody asks me, like, how do you get lost in games like this? Because half the time it's because I second guess myself. And I think I'm going the right way, but I think I convince myself that I'm going the wrong way, and then I make a goofy mistake. So wait, can I not? Like, I'm lost right now. It's a hallway. It's giant hallways, and I can't tell if I'm going the right way or not. I'm also trying to make sure that I remember all of my controls. So, all right, so there's nothing to see here. No. No. Why are you locking on that? That was weird. Okay. All right. So it's got to be the way we were at, but I thought it was one of these. Oh, one of these doors that opens with a secret panel. Okay. Clickbait title is getting wild. Nintendo Life posted about how investors are spooked as Nintendo stock slides like 30%. Yeah, what? Investors worry about a price bump as they wait for a Nintendo Direct to show off future titles. The clickbait is so bad they're not even effectively clickbaiting anymore. Now they're just making stuff up. All right, so this is where we were. We went this way. There's a big door, which means there's probably a panel somewhere. We can't blow that up. Oh. Right there. Okay. They tricked me. Guys, I'm lost. Easy enough. That bait used to be believable. Used to be. And so we got 2 ways to go. Let's go this way. This is probably a save area. Update on the Knuckles drink. It wasn't that good. They never are. They're never. I've had drinks that have the characters on them like that. I've had the candies that come in those little, right when you go to Five Below or some store like that, it's got the candies that are in the little NES controller tin, or I had ones that were like the star from Mario, the mushroom, and they've got these little candies. It's like little candies or little mints or something, and they're always the most ass candies. But you buy it for the little metal tin. You buy it for the container because it looks like whatever. But it's always average candy. Like you buy those, a drink with Knuckles on it. You buy it because it's a can with Knuckles on it. You don't buy it because it tastes good, because it never tastes good. Tuning out fully now. I better do that while the news are playing. Oh, and I'm playing a game myself. Later, Flash. Have a good one. We'll be here for a few hours if you want to stop back in. We might actually call it a little bit short today. I was feeling a little wonky. I'm like, we might end up calling it short. Good news, though. I was feeling a little wonky, but I didn't want to cancel stream. I didn't cancel stream at all, which is kind of an improvement, because there were days where I felt like that, and I just thought, maybe we'll just not cancel today. Or maybe we'll just not stream today. Oh, so this was where we started. Or no, okay, different else. I think I only ever had one themed character drink, and it was good, and it was in Japan. Yeah, I feel like Japan's probably, your odds are better. In a lot of places, your odds are probably better. Oh, wow. The scan visor is useful in gathering information. See? Scan objects and creatures to learn more about them. Okay. There are so many things I want to say, and I'm just not going to say them. I'm going to be nice, and I'm going to play Metroid Prime 2, and it's just going to be Metroid Prime 2. And I'm not going to comment on a lot of the things that I would like to comment on, because I don't feel like dunking on another game right now. I also paid the equivalent of like 50 cents for it, so it was so that was also nice. Remember when Rivals didn't occupy 110 gigs on your drive? Good times. No, I don't. I don't believe you. No, I don't remember when it didn't. I was gonna re-download Helldivers today. Helldivers 2. How long was Helldivers 2 130 gigs? Was it always that large? When system malfunctioning, control system is not responding. Can't communicate with alien text. What the hell? Oh, damn it. Recording to logbook. I'm seeing they chopped the size down massively by removing a ton of blue. Wait, for Helldivers? Because that's where I was downloading it. Rob just put out a video on Deadpool. He is the next character coming out this Friday. He's special. He's a duelist, vanguard, and strategist. Players choose his role and can even swap roles mid-game back at their team spawn. That's interesting. From a gameplay standpoint, that's actually a really interesting character. I feel like you're going to have a Deadpool on every team just because of the versatility of it. I wonder if they're going to balance it by the fact that he doesn't do either one of them as well as a dedicated character. I know I can lock on. I just want to see how easy it is to not lock on. Deadpool on every team, but they will always pick DPS. See, I feel like it might actually be easier. I mean, DPS and then whatever else. I feel like that's going to be the way to go for that. Helldivers 2's file size on PC has been drastically reduced from 154 to around 23. I went to download it on Steam, Lilac, and it said 130 gigs. Cutting duplicated data to free up significant storage. Yeah, I went and I went to the page and I was gonna hit re-download or download, and it said required space on drive 130 gigs. Jack of all trades, master of none, but still better to be master of one. Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, we've seen that in games before. Any games that have heavily dual spec characters, usually a pure, like we see it in game MMOs like Final Fantasy 14. Pure DPS usually work better than hybrid characters. God forbid I get another tank to help me hold the front line and fight the divers. You need the right tank. That's what Penny was for. That's a. There he is, everybody. This is the fate of Tokabi. But Jack of all trades, master of none isn't the quote, but but better still to be master of one. Better still than be master of one. No clue why it's so large. I wonder. You know what I wonder, Lilac? I wonder if I go to download it, would it then make a smaller file or something? The thing is, I don't have a lot of space on my computer. I have two 500 gig drives on my computer. One of them is all of my OS and my programs and stuff, and then the other one I use for game storage and whatnot. But 500 gigs isn't a lot. I think I have like 165 available. So the 130 would fit, but it's not a lot. I always heard that it's often better than being a master of one. Yeah, that's what I understand it. Better to master many skills than master only one or something. Granted, that's a life lesson. We're not talking about gameplay. Yeah, right. Where that quote has nothing to do with video games. I would rather have a pure DPS than a DPS tank hybrid that can't do either job as optimally as a pure character. Yeah, that's a life lesson. That's not really a video game lesson. Oh. Twice. I misread it twice. Means it's better to be well-rounded. Yeah, but not in video games. In video games, when you're well-rounded, you probably aren't doing either one of them perfectly. There's no reason to really do that. I just kind of wanted to. Yeah, in 14 you still want dancers and bards for the buff, but you never take them for DPS. If you want damage, you get a black mage, a reaper, or a samurai. The three selfish DPS that they call them. Yeah, no, from a numbers standpoint, you will almost always want a pure DPS if your goal is numbers. If you want to make the number go higher, you're gonna have a pure DPS. If they have, like you said, a lot like dancers and bards, if they have buffs and stuff, that's different. But if you need somebody to just plow through enemies with DPS, you're almost always going to have a dedicated DPS, like a single spec. In my experience, I don't know. Maybe there's games that throw it the other way around. We get through? No? What? No, there we go. Getting used to the controls a lot more. I gotta get back on 14. I think my 4 days has expired, so now I have to pay for a month. What Jazz said, that's meta only. That's meta only mentality. What Jazz said, to be fair, many 14 players now run as fast as possible, pull as many as possible, ignore cheats that were an invisible ignore cheats were on an invisible clock game. Yeah, I mean, even then, you'd still want a pure DPS to bring down. If your goal is to kill as fast as possible, you always want a pure DPS. Then there's the Enigma class. Us pick though, we have a small buff and we can churn out big damage matching the selfish DPS. We are also casters without cast times. Don't really have a rotation, but we're squishy. And if we forget to paint out motif, we drop DPS heavily. Chests. Ignore chests. We're on an invisible clock. Yeah, I feel like you definitely want a pure DPS for that. Picto are great for fights with downtime moments. Oh, that was weird. New 2-minute bursts clock the highest damage, and then in those moments when you can't do anything or target the boss, we just stand there painting. I might like Picto then. Remember, we talked yesterday. I liked when I played my mage because the mage had not downtime, but the mage could drop their rotation in WoW. The mage could drop their rotation and pick it up really quickly. So whenever there was other stuff to do, I was the one that was doing it. Oh, you can make do with any class. Dragon's talking about standard dungeons. Yeah, so like, but you can only have the pure DPS because the party is balanced. Thus, not a master of one. No, they're a master of one because they're a pure DPS. If you want them to be balanced all over, that's a master of everything. Which if you can have a master of everything class, that's different. You can which actually upset people because they're like, when we can't target, we lose damage, but Picto never loses out. Yeah, so it's probably good to have one of those. Transmission failed due to atmospheric interference. Well, we'll just have to blow up the atmosphere. Let's do this, and then let's scan you. But if that man went solo, he'd be screwed. But we're not talking about solo. I'm talking about dungeons. That's why I'm not talking about solo. Solo gameplay, obviously, you want to be a little bit of everything. But if we're talking about a dungeon or a raid, and you pick DPS for raids, if you want to really optimize your number, if you're really talking about the meta gameplay, you're probably going to, let's say you get 6 DPS. You're probably going to try, outside of buffs and everything, you want a diverse group, but you would want to try pure DPS because they're going to do the highest damage. Obviously, it's a lot more complicated because when you're talking about a video game, especially like an MMO or something, you've got buffs and everything. Like, sure, like Lilac said, you want a bard or a dancer because they have certain buffs. But if your goal was plow through the game doing as much damage as possible without any concern, you're probably going to have 6 pure DPS on your team. We always did. We always had like mages and warlocks and stuff, and they had different specs, but they were all pure DPS characters. Like, all of their specs were just other DPS specs. Oh, damn it. Forgot to do that. Paladin is the master of one tank. It negates so much damage, has many shield buffs, and can just go invul. Warrior is a combo of all three. It has defense and shield buffs as a tank, but not as much as the Paladin. Hits like a DPS and has multiple self-heal skills that people have ran every dungeon and most raids without healers, just from how much they can self-heal. Gunbreak is more a tank DPS. So these are some of the split DPS characters. A tank DPS, most skills generate hate and damage with a few shields, and then the Dark Knight is a masochist. Recording to lock button. It's just making me want to play 14 right now. Even though I have one spec in 14. Actually, it kind of counts as 2. I kind of have 2. I have Thaumaturge, or however you pronounce it, and then I have Black Mage. See, that's kind of like 2. And I have the soul stones for 2 other abilities. I forget which one. I think Red Mage is one of them, and I forget what the other one was. Group proves that, quote, because having the group be rounded and you can succeed, but if one person tried to do it as one thing, or if the group was into damage, they'd struggle. The enemy frigate was crippled and crashed into the planet. Oh my god, so loud. Turn it down a little bit. Follow the priors, but our ship was damaged by a storm as we entered the Aether's atmosphere. This guy was 1 week from retirement. Whoa, what happened there? Did you see it get stuck? Something about GameCube graphics that hit me in the right spot, even though I never even came close to one. I think GameCube, and not a hot take, this is a cold take. I think GameCube was probably underappreciated in its time. I think that it could have been a lot more, and part of that was Nintendo, but part of that was just the fans not wanting the kinds of games that Nintendo released. It's hard to blame anybody. I always feel like it's kind of difficult to blame anybody for the GameCube's. GameCube's not failure, but it definitely wasn't as popular as it could have been. You know, it had strong competition. I think the DVD thing kind of hurt it. Even the healers get it too. You have White Mage, which is pure reactionary healing, with the strongest heals in Modern. Scholar is a shield healer, focusing more on preventing damage with weaker heal. Astrologian is a buff healer, boosting strength and defense of the party, while moderate heals. Sage is a healer DPS that has a few shields and buffs to give out, tethers with a person, and then heals them, dealing damage to mobs. Oh, so a Scholar sounds like a good tank DPS, or a tank healer. That's an excellent tank healer. The whole GameCube era had a really unique graphic style to it. GameCube and Dreamcast. Yes, Dreamcast. Dreamcast, I think, was an underrated piece of hardware. I mean, I used to go online with the Dreamcast, and it was so much fun. Turn it back up. Generally, Scholar is one of the two healers every high-end raider wants. Yeah, Scholars are pretty awesome. I think the fact that the GameCube was getting a lot of third-party games that were just better or on different, better on different systems. You think that the versions were better on the other systems? Okay. Yeah, they were kind of better. One thing I also think hurt the GameCube, and this is such a weird one to say because people seem to like it, and I've said that I've had my issues with it, is the controller. I think that people still looked at the controller and thought that it was kind of strange, and the controller wasn't intuitive. You know, by the time you got to GameCube, we were all used to dual stick games, and the GameCube didn't have them. So I don't count the C stick because the C stick wasn't used like this. I couldn't move around as fluidly with the C stick. Your face isn't intuitive. I don't think it was a great thing. The GameCube controller was a great controller for GameCube games, and then everything else, it felt awkward to use. I think that there were the button layout especially is what the problem was. I think the GameCube controller with a real second stick, not the C stick, not the little C buttons, make that D-pad a little bit bigger if you want to have those buttons, which I did like that D-pad was there. And you give it a normal button layout, and I think it's a much better controller. It's a much more versatile controller. Otherwise, it's a controller that you use to play GameCube games, and then that's it. And I don't know how much that hurt it. I don't know who went to the store and was going to buy a GameCube, saw the controller, and said, never mind. But I do remember when they showed the controller the first time that we had, and I worked at a game store at the time, so I've ran into a lot of people that did that stuff. And we all looked at it and went, I don't know. Are you still locked? Can I not? Yeah. Oh, wait. I always used to forget that. I hear a power up. Hey, it's not the N64 controller. That's another controller that people really like, and I just was not a fan of it. It's fascinating how nowadays the GameCube controller is seen as the pinnacle and is controller remade by third parties and even Nintendo since the GameCube. And yet, people aren't buying them for non-GameCube games. They're buying them for GameCube games. GameCube mini DVDs had a storage capacity of 1.5 gigs. Meanwhile, standard DVDs holding 4.7, while some used dual layer DVDs for up to 8.5. Only the PS2 blue backs were worse at 700. And 700 megs was the standard at the time for just CDs, right? Because PS1 was 700 megs. TurboGrafx, like Turbo CD, was 700. Like that was just 700 was just the limitation of the media itself, right? It wasn't like some weird limitation and then they went to something else. Alright, so I'm going there. Hold on, I'm lost. I went up here. Oh, here. I remember Tony Hawk's Underground, which is a multi-system game, was made for multi-stick control, but then they tried to make it so that you can do tricks with the D-pad, and the D-pad is right under the main stick, making it very awkward. I need to find a way to get a GameCube controller for Switch 2, because I need to know why so many people swear by that controller. I think the only reason the GameCube controller is still a thing is because of Smash. And now GameCube stuff. Like, they like it for that, and it works well for that. But I don't think for any other standard game I would pick up a GameCube controller. In the start, but PS2 started using standard DVDs as games. No. Well, a lot like what I mean. Like you said that it was worse because like the blueback discs were 700 megs, but I think CDs just in general were 700 megs. Like a music CD disc, weren't they 700 megs maximum? Pew! I love that. Okay, but I can't do anything. I don't know why that makes me laugh. It's just funny. Music CD was, but the DVD were bigger even back then. Yeah. That's up here. That's up here. Well, I can't open that. I'm definitely missing something. What am I missing? Here? How do I even play video games? I have no idea. Because that's going to send me up there. I love the GameCube. The second favorite system of all time, right under 360, but the GameCube did have some things going against it. It did. So I think the GameCube's awesome, but I think it had problems. All right, hold on. What am I missing here? There, I can't get through there. Can't get through there. Can't get through there. Is that what I'm missing? No, because I had to jump up to that. Oh, was that? Oh. I'm not used to the first missile just being there. Oh, yeah, I'm not used to the first missile just being there. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Okay, lock on. Thank you for finally working. Recording to logbook. How many games use? Okay. How many games use the analog triggers? Don't see why not to use a PlayStation controller instead. Like just the PlayStation controller layout, I thought was better. They've been sold during the Wii, the Wii U, even the Switch, even though I agree that they work best with GameCube games. But if that's the case, I feel like sales of them would have stopped. But even today, companies still make GameCube controllers, even before the GameCube app came out. Does anybody here, and I know it's a small sample size, does anybody here use the GameCube controller for non-GameCube games? Because I think that's the real question, is do they use them for non-GameCube games? I'm using a PS4 controller. I love the PS4 controller. People love the Xbox controller, and they'll use it on their PC for everything. I don't know anybody who, when they go to plug in a PC game that's not a GameCube game, they're going to play Halo or something, they plug in a GameCube controller. I'm not a fan of the GameCube controller. I don't care about the C-stick. The triggers are fine. I hate the face button layout, and the analog stick itself was hard. I didn't like the grip. it felt stiff, and the hole in the controller is awful of being a hexagon, not a circle. Wait, the hole in the controller, an octagon, octagon. See, I like an octagon shaped gate. You use your Pro controller for PC. Yeah, I don't know anybody that uses a GameCube controller. That's why I say that. That's why I say that the GameCube controller is great for GameCube games, but I don't know anybody who defaults to a GameCube controller for non-GameCube games. So for all of this, like, oh, it's the greatest controller ever. It's like, yeah, but you're not using it. You're not using it for everything. You're using it for one specific use. Oh, it's fine when you have 8 directions to control, but when you play games that go spin the circle, yes, I'll give you that, Lilac. Yes. Spin the circle in the controller. Click, 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 click. Because that's immediately what you hear. All right, so you all are coming from a nest somewhere, probably. Okay. Melee purists when playing. I do default to my Pro controller generally, though. That's why. And that's my point. My point is just that it's a great controller, but for everybody who defends it as a controller just in general, they don't use it as a controller in general. They use it as a GameCube controller and the Smash controller. Only time I use GameCube controller for non-GameCube games is when my controller died and I had batteries on hand. I have for a few. It works well for some, but not well for others. Again, I'm not a huge GameCube controller fan. I do default to my Switch 2 Pro controller. Yeah, I missed the different one. But yeah, that's just what I mean by it. I don't think it's like the. And I'm not saying everybody thinks it's the end all be all for controllers, but I don't think it's this amazing controller experience. I think that it is a good controller for the things that it was designed to be for, and then that's it. Did I scan? I didn't see the nest. I looked around for it. I didn't even destroy the nest. Maybe the nest wasn't here. All I saw were the buggies, so then I killed the buggies, not the one-piece buggies. That could have just been an elevator. There goes the nest. There we go. That wasn't in the other room. Okay. Okay, they're jumping in front of the missiles. I was saying, I do think saying it's only used for GameCube games isn't fully supported by its long and continued success. Even if I do agree with you, my point is just that I don't see anybody using it for anything else. I've never heard of anybody using it for anything else. See that? No. Okay. Let's go. Nothing up here, right? Before I jump down. So we're looking for another one of these damn things. These things are everywhere. Beast! Here we go. There we go. So let's see. This. Okay. There's another one. Why are these wasp things everywhere? Good Lord. Where's the thingy to... that. Structural integrity critical. A heavy impact. Yeah, these. I'm using... Hello? Okay. Well, that's why the wasps are everywhere, so you can get more missiles back. If only they'd regen faster. Hello? I hate when games look like this. Keep in mind that most Melee players also have to break their controllers in a certain way to be competitive in every other fighting game. It's called cheating, but that's a whole different conversation. Break their controllers? That's interesting. A heavy impact may cause it to shatter. Am I missing something? Yeah, I can't possibly need to keep shooting it. I'm missing the thing to activate this. Huh. Insert movements to exploit the damage. I know that there was a thing where they would cut out chunks of the, like a lot, like you mentioned, the octagon gate. I know there was a thing where you would get it modified to like cut some of the chunks of it out so that it moved better. It really has been a long time since I played this, and streaming it should not be the first thing I'm doing. Why isn't that working? Yeah, I don't know why that's not working. Probably because it's not what I'm supposed to be doing, but... Am I missing something? Am I missing something that's just obvious that you guys all see? I'm sorry, maybe this wasn't the game to play. No, because I came up here. Came in here. There goes all of those things. I've shot that with a bunch of missiles, so that's not working. Yeah. I hate not doing well when we stream stuff, because I always feel like, first of all, I feel like it's probably boring. Time to stop and put in Dragon Quest 11. Oh, that's a scannable? Yeah, scan interface panel. Give me one. There's that I can go through. But what am I missing here? Ugh. Like, this looks like a thing, but it's not a thing. Over here. Hey, Koss! Koss, where do I go from here? People have been arguing whether if modifying a controller to remove the divots should be legal or not for tournament play. I'm not bored of having fun having fun discussions as you explore. Break the wall, but how? I don't have boost ball. How many missiles am I supposed to hit it with? I've shot it with 10 missiles. I'm out of missiles. Huh. Charge giant? It says heavy impact. Is that going to be it? No. Because I don't have the boost ball anymore, right? Nope. Yeah, what am I missing here? I thought it was like the other one where I had to scan something that was further down, but... God, it's a little too early for us to be getting caught up this early. Check the map and see if this is the way to go. This is the way the game was sending me. What's that key? What? That. So it's probably that. It might be that letter P up there. Is it the way to go? Maybe it's not the way to go. Are there any other missile doors? Now that I have missiles. There's that, but that can't be the thing I need. For being a real life conversation, let's remember the Spanish side of FGC isn't exactly known for rational thought. You do this much damage, breaking the left joystick. Also, you technically faster, smoother movement, allowing for better wave dashes. Yeah, because I'm in here. That's the way to go up there. Is it? No, because that's... There's a Federation employee sitting in a corner with a big shitty grin right now. Probably. Probably. Yeah, so maybe this... so let's go back. Yeah. Alright. So we'll go back. Because it's weird that it would lead up here just for it to now be a dead end. Oh, wait, I think I have to. That's right, because I dropped into this room. This has to be the way to go. That activated the one down there. Yeah, because I dropped into this room. I can't get out. Is there a hole somewhere? My bad. This is way too early to be this lost. I'm shattering it. I don't know. I got nothing. Because we can't go back. Yeah. I need to come in like a wrecking ball. I'm trying. Control system interface method unknown. Oh, that's one of those. Oh, the other side is the door with the spinny light thing on it. Right, because I can't get back up in either one of these. That's not a place I can go. I got it. We're lost already. Is there something else in here? Honestly, I wouldn't normally be this annoyed, but we're streaming, and that's what kind of bothers me about it. And nothing is highlighted. Yeah, what am I missing with that? I feel like this is where I have to go, but I can't jump up there. I'm gonna shut down Smash Player. It should be for the right reason. This is nothing. This goes up here. This is the GameCube version of Prime 2. This is the Wii trilogy version of Prime 2. Played through Prime Hack. Prime Hack. Is there a hole? Oh, is there a hole in that cliff down there where the rock gets darker near the circle? Right here? What about here? Oh, okay. I was there. Did you guys see that? And I was there. See, look at how annoying that was. But then, how good I felt when I solved it myself. Miles. There we go. All right, we're good. Favorite game in the Prime series? Prime 1. Prime 1. Prime 1, and I'm not sure if I prefer the remastered to the original. Remember an event that happened at, and you remember a different event happening, similar but different happened. Both can be true. Wait, what? It is funny when you play a game like this and you haven't seen it for a long time, so you kind of forget things, but then when you play it, you start to remember things. Like, I remember all of this. I prefer the original, but that's just nostalgia. I mean, the remastered had some things that they didn't feel as good. Oh, wait. Damn it. I wonder if they'll loop back around. But I mean, the remastered, just because of the controls and everything, it's just so much, it's just so good. You couldn't do this in Morphball, right? Yeah. Beaten remastered in 3, but 2's reputation kept me away. 2 has a weird reputation. I don't know. I don't think it's bad or anything. What about you, Steven? What's your favorite? Oh, okay. What's everybody's favorite? Does everybody have a favorite Prime? And why is it 1? I've beaten Prime 2. I hated the limited beam. Yeah, this is the one that had ammo for your beams. I would say 2 is my favorite. Honestly, I just couldn't get into Prime 3 for some reason. I can't explain why 1 is the favorite. I just like it the most. Oh, that was noble. That one took the bullet for the other one. I can't stomach FPS games on gamepads anymore. Whoa. Why does it lose? It loses tracking. I guess that's a function of the game itself. Uh-oh. Ah, I was trying to get it before it changed. Aha. Oh, look, I can charge my shot and not have to fire 3 bullets beforehand. I don't know why that bothers me. I just don't like it. Actually, I know exactly why it bothers me, because I need charge shots to charge faster so that I can use them more efficiently. I hate the fact that in remastered, and I think 4 does it too. When you press the button to shoot, it fires 2 or 3 shots before it charges up the beam. Don't do that. Probably get a better kick out of Prime games if I had mouse and keyboard controls. I mean, this might be the wave then. This Prime hack thing, this might be the way to go. Unknown item acquired. Alien technology has bonded to armor systems. Threat scan complete. No negative impact on suit performance. Oh, so now I can scan those doors. Or at least some of them. Prime hack. So this is a mod. This is like a system that you can use with Dolphin, and it basically adds controller support, and then there's other mods for GameCube games, for the Metroid games in particular. Oh, update my translator files. Okay, am I missing something? Those are green ones? That's a purple one. So which way did I come from? This way? How many times do I have to tell you not to shove random alien tech up your ass? You know, in 4, we got a guy that does that for us. Probably one of the things I defend about 4 the most. New Year on Dolphin, what exactly is this hack in particular? It's just a game on Dolphin, but then it allows me to use controller support. I don't know if that's... I don't know what makes it Prime hack. Well, I don't know what that means. Or is it not Prime hack? Is this just Prime on Dolphin? I have no idea. Oh, there's the wiki entry. Steven, I have the links blocked. If you could put it in Discord, that would work better. Here of our world's peril. Probably between Metroid 3 and 4 for me. I enjoyed Prime Remastered, but artifact hunting really annoyed me. But the real answer is Dread is the best.
Long ago, a cosmic object fell to our planet, Aether, exploding with great force. A rift was torn in time and space, and a strange power flowed over the world. Where once there was one Aether, there are now 2, one of light and one of shadow, each existing in its own dimension. But like right on top of each other. It's really weird. It was the end of peace on Aether, for a new race was born that day on the Dark World, one filled with hate and terrible power. They are the Ying. The Ying are creatures of shadow and darkness, knowing nothing of peace or mercy. For decades we stood against them, yet we now lie on the verge of defeat.
I kind of forget that the Luminoth are alive and not some ancient civilization that doesn't exist anymore.
When Dark Aether was born, our planetary energy was divided, half for our world, half for theirs.
Yeah, isn't it just playing Prime on Dolphin? I think so.
Should one world gain control of this energy, the other will perish. Before you arrived, the Ying had stolen a device from us, one that collects planetary energy. With it, they have weakened our planet to the verge of collapse. But fortune smiled upon us this day, for the energy transfer module is now bonded to you. With it, you can help us restore our world.
For a price?
You're our only hope, Samus. Should we fall, the Ing will look to the stars for new planets to ravage and conquer. Your species could be their next victims, especially since I'm going to tell the Ing where you are if you don't help us. The Ing have taken our energy to 3 temples on Dark Aether. Find these temples and transfer the energy from them to our own. I have updated your map system with the location of another temple. There is knowledge there that can help you on your way. I've also updated your translator module. You can now access devices and doors coded with violet holograms. Many lands are now open to you. Prepare well for your journey. The Ing now know you possess the energy transfer module. They will try to recover it at all costs. Return to me once you have restored the energy to a temple. I will aid you as I can. It's rude to point. May the light of Aether shine upon you. The energy transfer module has been transferred to you. Oh, you didn't want it? Too bad. Sucks to be you, Samus. And subscribe to our newsletter and allow for cookies on your site. Prime Hack is mouse and keyboard. Yeah, Prime Hack is mouse and keyboard support. I set it up for controller because I'd rather play. I'm not a mouse and keyboard player, and I'd rather just use controller especially for a Metroid Prime game. Although I haven't tried mouse controls on Prime 4. I think the problem is just going to be that the Switch 2 controller is not comfortable as a mouse. But I'm curious to see how it works. Press like and subscribe. Rate 5 stars. Ring the bell. Oh, God. I said ring, not ing. I also gave him a nerdy voice because I figured as like the historian, he was probably a nerd. I will create a message that will last eons. He's the nerd. He definitely is. Oh, so you being able to use the right stick is that's Prime Hack doing his job. So Prime Hack is the controller support. That's what that is. Prime 4 mouse controller mode works shockingly well. What's this? Oh, hang on. Oh, mouse and keyboard controller. Mouse and keyboard and controller because you can't really play the Prime trilogy on just a normal Dolphin emulator. Not all historians are nerd. They all are on the spectrum, but nerd is too far. Okay, nerd's too far. I'll take that back. I'll take back nerd is too far. I know every historian I've ever met, like people who are really into history buff, like the history buffs, they've all been nerds. And mind you, as a giant nerd / geek myself, I'm not using that as a derogatory term. It's just what it is. Dweeb. I don't like dweeb because dweeb has all negative connotations. I think geeks tend to be entertainment inclined, right? Geek, when you talk about a geek, you're probably thinking about comic books, sci-fi, video games. When you talk about nerd, a lot of people use them interchangeably, but nerd is definitely more academic inclined. I think if you're a history buff, you're a nerd. You're a math nerd, science nerds. I think that they're more academically inclined. Dweeb, I don't think has any positive connotations. I think if you're a dweeb, you're just a dweeb. Like in that, I mean that word has fallen out of vogue anyway. But I run into a Prime 4 in mouse mode, but I don't have a proper setup for it, so I just play with motion controls.
The Joy-Con mice are shockingly accurate. They make some really it's not the accurateness of the mouse. It's the feel of the mouse. You know, I'm used to a mouse, right? The mouse claw. But then all of a sudden now I'm holding, like, because that's really what it is, right? If you hold a Joy-Con like a mouse, you're holding it like this, whereas normally you're doing this. So it feels awkward, especially since you're required to hit buttons on the side, and you probably have 2 of them. Dork is just a funny word to pull out an argument to flashbang. Dork, what's the connotation for dork? Dork, I think, is somebody that is obsessed with that stuff, but they're like overly obnoxious about it or something. I forget what the connotation for dork was. This one? No. That's not a scannable, right? So that's where I went that way. And then... Oh, there's a missile door down there. Eddie is a dork, Ed is a nerd, and Ed is special. Hey, Flip. Greetings from work. I need a nap. I'm starting to think I need a nap, too. Remember I said at the beginning of the stream that, or early in the stream, that I was kind of feeling kind of wonky. I think the problem is that I need a nap. Or I just need some sleep. I did test the grips I got with Plant vs. Zombies, and that also felt great. I played tested on the size. It wasn't a big issue after a few minutes. I also did get grips. I also wonder how big our hands are compared to each other, because I have large hands. And you know what they say about guys with large hands? They have trouble using mouse mode on the Switch too. One thing they never tell about being an adult, a nap is a luxury. Mercy, I apologize to my I've done this before too. I have apologized to my younger self for every nap I didn't want to take. Every time that I had to go to bed and I'm not tired, I am sorry, because the truth is I was tired. Yeah, like, I'm sorry, younger version of me. I should have let you take that nap, and I should have been happy about it. Let's go. I think there was another purple door that I could open. Child us was lying. Yeah. Guess who's watching? Who's on watching duty during nap time at school? Oh, wait, what? Oh. No. Trying hard not to conk out. Listen to the nice, soothing music of Metroid Prime 2. That'll keep you awake. So that was the bridge. That was over there. Here we go. The Prime game that most people kind of forget. Do you think that Trios? Hi, Trios. Do you think that this is the one that people forget? If there's a Metroid Prime that people forget, you think it's 2 or 3? I feel like it's 3. I'm going to see my daughter conked out on the couch. I think of how lucky she is with no responsibilities yet. You ever look at a sleeping 5-year-old and think, get a job? Everyone knows 3 because of the motion stuff. I think there are Prime fans who don't know Hunters exist. Yeah, like if there's anything that's forgotten, and I know Hunters kind of counts as a side game because it's not a numbered one, but yeah, I wonder if Hunters is the one. And even when people think about Hunters, they think about The multiplayer. It's like there was a nice, good single player mode on Hunters. Hunters had a decent single player mode, and it didn't require you to play multiplayer. You couldn't. It's not like Federation Force. Like Federation Force is a game that people don't really count because it's a multiplayer game. Yeah, I would say 3. Hunters is a good answer too. My niece told me you're an adult. You have all the time in the world. Oh, I can't wait to be an adult so I can do whatever I want. I don't ruin it for him. But this not. I'm not gonna try and hurt children's feelings with that one. Keep forgetting that. Did Hunters introduce Silex? Didn't Hunters introduce Silex, kind of making it required since Prime 4? I would say yes if Silex played a bigger role in Prime 4. I would agree to that if Silex was like, oh, I have to know who this person is, and you really kind of don't. Two is the least plot relevance of the plot relevance of the Prime games. Yeah, 3 is definitely more relevant. Let me tell you a story. It's called a 9-to-5 job. Cost. Let me tell you a worse story. It's called a 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. job. Let me take a bad story and make it worse. As the Gongaga man said, the price of freedom sure is steep. 2 is the awkward middle child because it exists, but most don't recall it fondly enough to recommend it. Hunters is known because it was DS tied, and 3 had its motion control. Like, they were all known for some unique aspect, something that was outside of just the game itself. 2 is the one that's just mostly like a Metroid Prime game. I had an 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. job. What nearly killed me with how much it messed up my mental health. Whoa. Two exists. The one thing I will say though is that 2 definitely has a better reputation now. You know, the biggest complaint that people have about 2 are the Sky Temple keys, or is that what they were called, or the Temple keys, and people didn't like the Dark World, like that you take damage and stuff. I thought visually it looked fine, and I don't know. I mean, you got through the game, so clearly the game introduced the challenge that you met. I mean, I think if anything, what these games truly needed was just to be re-released so that people get another chance. You know, and there were people saying, oh, they should have released it before 4 because it would have made it more relevant, and now we know that that's not entirely true. I just kind of wanted them to do it. I kind of keep hitting the missiles by accident. I haven't really judged 2 because I never played it. Whenever it's brought up me around, people who play Metroid, it's not fondly, but it's not despised. Ooh, no, okay. So this way, that way. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. What if Nintendo pulls a Galaxy with Galaxy 1 and 2 with Prime 2 and 3? That's what a lot of people thought. A lot of people thought that they were going to do a combination, and I wouldn't mind it, but I feel like a combination game where you buy 2 and 3 together, I feel like you're less likely to get the Prime remastered version of that. I feel like if you got a 2 and 3, it would just be or like, yeah, Prime is technically Prime remastered is a remaster, but like an overhaul, like a simpler remaster as opposed to Prime remaster, which was, it's a remaster, but it's unbelievably overhauled. people were saying that it's like you're less likely to get that. And I'm kind of inclined to agree with them. So up there, or down there, or that way. See, and in true me fashion, it came in from there. So it has to be up there. I can't reach that platform. Wait, here, hold on. Oh, let me try and get these guys. Nintendo year reviews are in? Wait, really? Didn't we have this? Didn't this happen already? So not that one. Posted, yeah, I see it in Discord there. I thought we had them already. I need to get out of my own head and stop assuming that everything is impossible to find. Sorry, Greg. 2026 was so fast. Oh my God, it's now 2027. Jesus, I went all of 2026 without a job. Oh, I need to. If any of these want to drop me a missile, please. Retro said in art book that they released Prime 4 before Prime 4, that 2 and 3 remasters are not happening. Don't know if they mean that at the moment or ever. Oh, mean at the moment or ever. But it sure makes you question why. It feels like such an easy win. I wish it was 2027 already for reasons I won't go into. I hope everything's not too terrible. Although you mentioned child, so it's entirely possible that you just want your kid to be out of the baby phase. Missiles. I have Uno missile. Bombs. Whoa. Ah, damn it. I have 0 missiles because I keep hitting that button by mistake because Prime 4 has me hitting the triggers to shoot. Oh, there we go. No! If I lose that missile... I thought I was going to lose that missile expansion. Third one? Wait, where's that? It's right above me. No. Oh, she's 8. It's just current event. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it always sucks when you have New Year's and you're like 3 days into New Year's and you go, well, 2027 is going to be my year. That's kind of, I'll be honest, that's kind of how I feel after 25, after all the disaster that year was for me. I mean, it's not, disaster is definitely a strong term, but there is part of me that just, like, when the clock changed to 2026, my thought was, all right, 2027 is going to be my year. I know that you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't just automatically assume it's going to be bad, but I don't know. It's difficult. I'm done with university finally, so unfortunately I have to get a job. Me and you both. Oh, you missed that? Really? All right, we're chugging along now. Okay. Oh, no. Are there any more? Ah, damn it. Here, maybe I can re-trigger them. Hold on. Unrelated, but since Saudis now own EA and they said they want to use more AI, does anyone have any hope for the new Mass Effect? Ever since my first playthrough, I fell in love with this universe. Do you mean hope as in do you think it will exist, or hope as in will it be any good? I'm sure at some point there'll be a new Mass Effect game. I don't have much faith for it being a good game because Andromeda was kind of a mess before all of that. And that kind of bums me out. I loved Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. But I don't really have a lot of hope for the future of Mass Effect. Hope that it would be good because they're working on it. Yeah, I don't have a lot of hope for Mass Effect because the last one was kind of a mess. Games I put the most time in: Xenoblade 1, X, and Mario Kart World. I can't view my Nintendo 2025 review because I don't have a collection of optional device data because I don't have collection of optional device data or processing of usage information to customize services offered. Oh, that's a thing? Oh, the new Mass Effect already got announced years ago. Where the hell is it? Xenoblade 1, X, and Mario Kart World. With the Saudis in charge, I say goodbye to all romance options that aren't straight and human to human. I mean, we should probably be questioning the non-human relationships, but well, human as an alien, yeah. When you say non-human relationships, I automatically think non-humanoid, and then I start thinking bears in Baldur's Gate. Human romance is so boring. Nintendo warned about that last year. The last Mass Effect was a mess in the collection play launch not need wait is what you play need broken need what okay all right. There's a spot in Prime 1 that when you shoot a door like this and it bounces back, the bullet comes right back to you. Because on the other side of the room, like if you do it like this, exactly. One thing I can say is that when it comes to stuff like this, it's hard to fine tune. If I want to seduce an alien dragon, I should be able to seduce an alien dragon. I mean, without those options for a Mass Effect game, how will you fall in love with Garrus? And everybody knows everybody wants to fall in love with Garrus. Actually, I never romanced Garrus. I want to fall in love with Rex. You, Koss, you're looking to get Rexed. You romance Garrus? Oh, it's okay. You'll be able to romance Ronaldo instead. I was more a Liara and Jack guy. I romanced I think I romanced Ashley in the first game. I forget who I romanced in the second one. It wasn't Miranda. I think I did. I think I romanced Miranda. I don't remember who in the third one. I don't remember who I had in the third one. Oh, look, where is this ability for me to use? I want to use that ability. I mean, I had it in Super Metroid. Why isn't he losing health? Here. I thought I was shooting him. Stop. The one thing I'm having a problem with is that it keeps losing the lock on. There we go. It keeps losing the lock on. Turn around. Turn around. She's not a racist, she's a speciesist. Lock on. I'm hitting him with back shots, but it's not. There we go. But the back shots don't actually do damage. Woo! In the tail sea. Sounds like a personal problem. Yeah, take a pill for it. I take a pill that enables hard mode. God, it wasn't me that make the back shots jokes. They're great. Sends our game. Oh, we talked about it, Flip. Yeah, we actually talked about it from a VR standpoint, because they're also listed as one of the games that made one of the companies that was making VR games. Yeah. That's another one. Another company closed, and Ubisoft is still around. So let's go. Oh, I got morph ball bombs. Oh, that worked. I don't know why I wasn't expecting that to work. I feel like that's the biggest thing we've blown up with bombs. Every time they want you to blow up something with bombs, it's always like a small little crawlway with a little door in front of it. Like up here. Cesarga's had bad luck. See, staff who worked on the Stranger Things final season have confirmed that the creators apparently used ChatGPT at least 3 times. They saw it to work on and make the scripts. Really? Well, are we banning Stranger Things now? We can go this way. What's this? Now Sly is stuck in ancient Egypt with a canceled studio and a TV series stuck in development hell. And I thought Mega Man Volnut had it rough. Oh, the ending of that show was a horrible plot. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the end. I do want to watch it. But I'm not going to get Netflix. If I get anything, if I pay for another service right now, it's going to be Disney Plus. Do you still get ESPN with Disney Plus? Or do you get ESPN with Hulu? Because I want Disney Plus, but I don't really care about Hulu. And now you have to pay for them. There's like it's cheaper if you get them both, but you can get one separately. Disney Plus with Hulu is a good deal. Can I get just Disney Plus and not Hulu, or do you have to get them both? Cypher and everything about Sonic Boom other than the Sonic CD song stuck. So it's hard to feel much about then. Hope they managed to land on their feet. Staff said they actively had it running during writing sessions, and many are now saying, ooh, that's why the season felt written by AI. You can get it without Hulu for cheaper. How much is Disney Plus non-ad version without Hulu? There's a deal where you get Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN, and HBO Max. See, I have HBO Max, but I have the ad version. There was a deal during Black Friday. So for 12 months, I get HBO Max for $3 a month. And I'll be honest, I didn't think that the ads were going to be... I thought the ads were going to be more intrusive than they are. Okay, scan that one. Once it has it... Oh, okay. And what's that deal? Is that $25 a month, right? Is it still $25 a month? Uh-huh. Welcome. Boop, 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 boop. Welcome. I am Isha, Sentinel of the Aegon Temple. This message survives my death as guidance to one who would fight the Ing. A portal to Dark Aether lies nearby. With it, you can travel to this land's shadow. You must locate a dark temple, a twisted mockery of this sacred place. Inside, you will find the energy controller you seek. It is a GameCube controller. I hope that's okay. No? It's not? Okay, well, I'm sorry, but GameCube controller is what you're stuck with. The temple door is held fast by 3 locks. The key for the locks are hidden throughout that dark land. See, at least they tell you early you have to get these. Your search will be difficult. Even the very air of Dark Aether is dangerous, and can cripple the strongest of warriors. In our past struggles with the Ing, we placed a series of light crystals throughout their world. They remain today. We think, unless they stole them or realized they could just throw rocks at them, these crystals create safe areas that will protect you from the harmful atmosphere of the dark world. I have updated your translator module. You can access devices and doors coated with amber holograms. More lands are open to explore. When you have taken the energy from the Dark Temple, return here at once. May the light of Aether serve you well. Disney Plus and Hulu with no ads is $19.99. I can't find it without Hulu. 25 a month is insane. So, yeah, remember when Netflix was $13 a month, and now that was a good price. the problem is like 25 a month is wild. 25 a month is wild. The problem is 25 a month for Disney Plus, Hulu, National Geographic, and ESPN. Depending on how you consume that stuff is a good deal. Because let's say you could probably get by with just those, right? That's the thing about streaming services, that a lot of people get mad because, oh, I have to have all the streaming services. No, you don't. You can actually make a choice and just get one streaming service, and you're just, and Discovery. And you're just gonna have whatever you have. If you pay for Netflix and that's it, that's not terrible. You're stuck with Netflix's ecosystem and whatever programs they give you. But if you're worried about price, that's that. 25 a month for 5 services, 2 of which are very, very good, Disney Plus and Hulu, and then ESPN. Especially if you're a big sports guy, like I knew people that I go to their house and ESPN was always just on. It's not terrible by modern standards, but that has to be all you do. Because it's outrageous if you're paying for Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN, National Geographic, and Discovery, or unless they're the same thing, and Netflix, and Prime Video, and Amazon Video, and YouTube. It's obviously going to get out of hand. But is it any more out of hand than if you pay for cable? The people that pay for cable and you don't get to choose anything that you watch? I still think it's outrageous, but by modern standards, I understand that it's actually not terrible if it's all you're getting. I cycle through them just because I want to watch other things. Oh, I also have Peacock. When I re-upped my internet contract, they gave me like 2 years of Peacock for free, and I browsed it, and there's just nothing there that I want to watch. Peacock just has nothing. Don't want to see my Peacock. Crunchyroll's like $7 for basic ad free. What about Crunchyroll? Crunchyroll, if you want anime, I mean, let's Hulu and stuff has anime. So depending on what anime you want, especially if you want the most current anime, then you're gonna have to have Crunchyroll. But I don't think Crunchyroll is as expensive as the other ones. And Crunchyroll, here's the big trick with Crunchyroll. I think Crunchyroll is the only one that you can still share your passwords. So if somebody has Crunchyroll, you can share passwords outside of the house. So Crunchyroll at least still has that. Yeah, $80 for a full year, which means what? $7, $8 a month? It's not terrible. I miss Funimation. Disney Plus is not worth it here in my home, especially since we watch everything on it. The only one of those we have here is Netflix. As Netflix says, what about Netflix gaming? Yeah, Netflix. You can play games on Netflix too. Yeah, nobody's doing that. Poor Netflix gaming. It probably isn't the worst thing, but it probably also kind of is. You can still do stuff like Netflix. You can still do it with Netflix and stuff too. You just have to add devices to your family. No, Netflix doesn't work outside of your house. That's what I mean. Crunchyroll, you can still do that. I use John's Crunchyroll. I use John's login for Crunchyroll, and then I have my own profile. But Netflix doesn't work outside of your house. You can't give me your over there it does. Yeah, they stopped it over here. None of them work outside of your home except for Crunchyroll still. It does there. Yeah, see, they got rid of all of that here. Yeah. Oh, no. No, I want to scan them. No. Still one of the dumbest decisions ever made by a streaming company. I mean, I understand why they did it. I hate that they did it. What I hate even more is that when Netflix made that choice, they did get a bump in subscriptions. There were people that said, yeah, I'm going to have to pay for Netflix now, and then they did it. See, if I'm a big anime fan, I would pay for Crunchyroll because the ads are so obnoxious on the free account every 2 minutes. I have HBO with ads. I thought it was going to be worse, and it's not, but it does get annoying. It does kind of get annoying. I can't even lie and act like it doesn't. At least on the Viz app, first couple of chapters are free. Most recent chapters are free, and the rest is $2 a month. That's not bad. Free Crunchyroll is painful. Watch Dr. Stone. Crunchyroll every 2 seconds. I watched Dr. Stone. I think I got like 6 episodes in. Somebody told me to watch it. Somebody recommended it to me, and so I checked it out. It's okay. I didn't think it was. I don't know. It didn't hang on. It didn't keep me hung on long enough. Please don't watch me. I want privacy. No privacy. Okay. Golden Kamui is back for its final season. You want to know what top tier laziness looks like? Dr. Stone's first arc is good. The rest is okay. Okay, no, this isn't how it actually works. Sorry, guys. About basically everything. You want to know the extent of my laziness? Every month or so, since I'm using John's account, every month or so it logs me out, and you have to log back in. Not a problem. Put the email address, put the password in, and I'm good. I got logged out a week ago, and I haven't gone back on Crunchyroll because I just don't feel like putting in the information. I have it at my disposal, and I can do it whenever, and I just don't feel like doing it. I don't know why I am the way I am, but I am. There, so I guess that's the door I'm looking for. Yeah, this one here. It's like detective. Wait, what? Real line from the most recent episode of Golden Kamuy. You know, AI would never write that. I don't know, Wario. Apparently, AI is guilty of doing a lot of things. You should watch for the new season of You and I Are Polar Opposites. I think it's up your alley, especially the dub. That one keeps getting recommended to me. Hang on. Polar Opposites anime. You and I Are Polar Opposites. This is the one. This keeps getting recommended to me, and I haven't bit the bullet on it yet. I do like the girl. She looks hilarious. Yeah, I kept seeing that one pop up on my thingy, on like my feed. Golden Kamui I saw once or twice. It's usually the more modern stuff that I keep. There's another show that I keep getting. They keep showing it to me like, here, watch this. I'm not surprised considering how you change channels on your TV. We're not going to talk about that. All right. It has same day dub and it's actually good. That's so cool. Look. I'm the Wilson to his Tom Hanks. It's his time for torture. Princess is also having a second season, which is also very good, and I think you'd like it. I don't know what's new because I stopped once I finished solo camping for 2 and Let's Play, which was awesome. I haven't caught anything else, and then I got logged out, so I didn't log back in. MHA. I watched some of that. I watched some of the Vigilantes. There was another it was like superhero type show. There was a My Hero Vigilantes, and damn, there was another one that I started watching. There were also a few shows that I caught 1 or 2 episodes just to see if I would like it, and then I ended up really not liking them. There was a show that I think was recommended, and I gave it a try, and I ended up really not liking it because it was super depressing. My something is trying to kill me, or it was some weird show. It was like her alter ego was trying to kill her. It was real weird. And I just remember thinking, what an interesting concept. And I got a few episodes in, and I thought, this is wildly depressing. I found it so depressing. I don't remember the name of the show. The monster wants to eat me. This monster wants to eat me. Yes. What a depressing show that was for me. Yes, this monster wants to eat me. It's very good. I got like 4 episodes in, and I felt like mentally I just couldn't watch it anymore. Which reminds me, so my daughter has ADHD, and one time I found her watching Beauty and the Beast on TV while she was watching Mulan on her tablet. Mercy, I don't know that that's ADHD. I think that's just where we are. How many of us have put something on the TV to just sit there and then watch our phones? Free Run season 2 also starts on Friday. Can't wait. I kind of forgot that Free Run was all of that was season 1. You also found Free Run depressing. I did until when I went back and rewatched it. Like I got to like episode 4 or 5, and I was like, this is kind of depressing. I think I don't think I want to watch this. When I went back and watched it, it was better. I wasn't as depressed. It was still kind of sad. I think the problem with Free Run was that I had to get to the point. I thought it was going to be a jump through eras, and they would keep doing that. But they really kind of stopped when she met Fern. Once she started to raise Fern, the show kind of stopped jumping, and it got a little bit less depressing for me. Need to start second season of Trigun, season 3 of JJ. Season 3 of JJK was good. I would recommend season 3. The animation took kind of a dip at some point, but it comes back, and I think it's just really good. Gen Beta is gonna master the art of tertiary screens. Oh, Gen Beta. You said Gen. Well, it looks like Gen. Gen was the name of the guy from Solo Camping. First 4 episodes were released the same day. Oh no! Damn it. Trigun Stargate's such a different series compared to the manga and original. It's odd. I still like it. See, the good news is I never read the anime. So I read the manga, so it won't be any different for me. Oh my god, why did they take so many missiles? Lock on and stay locked on. I didn't care for the Shibuya incident in JJK, but the season is starting off strong. Season 3 just started. Oh, wait, is that... Okay, am I thinking of season 2? I thought that was season 3. My bad. Yeah, I'm thinking of season 2 of JJK. Now I need to log... I didn't know that it was a new season. So I'm going to need to log in for that. Recording to logbook. Yeah, Shibuya incident was wild. And stupid Demon Slayer. Now I gotta wait for the damn movie. Does anybody know when the movie's coming out for Demon Slayer? For the rest of us to watch it, not in the movie theater. I would love to see it in the movie theater, but they don't show it anymore. So, I'm not watching season 3 of JJK. The ending of it in the manga pissed me off too much. Ooh, now I'm just done with the franchise. Ooh. Now I'm curious. Okay, so I guess that's where I'm going, right? It sounds bad. It sounds concerning. The hidden inventory arc of JJK is the best part of it for me. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, that's a scannable. Okay. Demon Slayer, the anime, loves complaining about being average. People can't stop watching it. Yeah, I mean, I love it, but oh wait, hang on. Let me figure out what to do here. There's another one that I have to hit, but that one's in dimensional flux, so I can't hit that one. Oh, I think that's what I'm doing. Teloric, so that's different. Oh wait. She's originated from Dark Ether. Oh, okay. All right. I know there's another thing I have to hit, and I'm running out of time, so I'm basically just waiting for it to reset. I think. Is there a timer I'm supposed to be looking for? Oh, right there. It's average story-wise. The animation, UFO carries it super hard. I didn't even animate it. It wouldn't be nearly as popular. A lot of ore farming, not so much as solo leveling though. Oh, Teloric alloy is regular bombs. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Outside of like one or two characters in Demon Slayer, I don't really pay much attention to like a lot of what's going on. But like I am aware of what's happening. Whoa. But like if the animation carries it, the animation does a great job, and I can't deny it for that. I can't deny it for the animation just being excellent, because it is. You know, they fixed Zenitsu. They did a good job with him. You know how much I hated him. And I think they did a good job with Zenitsu. Hang on. Oh. Have you seen Tojima wants to be a common rider? No. Oh, the one that I was trying to think of was it Rent a Hero? I think it was called Rent a Hero. I watched a few episodes of that. I thought that was good. We had plenty of flashy shows that failed and plenty of badly animated ones that succeed. Yeah, Big Mouth, for some reason, keeps getting seasons. So you say, I want to be a communist? I used to have a button for that. Or is that a show? I want to be Hero X. Thank you. That's what I was trying to think of. I want to be Hero X, not Rent a Hero. Yes. That's what it was. Yeah, that was good. For what I watched of it, I didn't finish the whole thing. Yeah, Apple. I want to be wants to be a communist. I thought that might have been an anime name. I'm still waiting for the anime titled I needed to name my anime, and this is the best I could come up with. Tiger and Bunny was the other one I started to watch, and I don't think I really liked the characters too much. I got well into that, but I think I just wasn't into the characters. I could see it being a real one. All right, so I think we're good up here. You know what needs to be an anime? Gonzatsu. I mean, technically it is, but since we're getting a Gonzatsu, I'm doing this for a tax write-off. Experiment. Gonzatsu, ore wa suyoi, ore ikara shiru wa pointo. My favorite anime is I had to go to the grocery store, but I turned into a slime dragon. Experiment, I hope you're doing all right. I hope you're feeling well and doing okay. I know things are kind of rough right now, but I hope you're finding some success in whatever it is you're looking for and doing. Look, Experiment, we got a thing to work, and I didn't even have to ask you to help. That was Evangelion until it got popular and made a profit. It was straight out of the producers. Experiment. European version of the game. They spell Metroid with an extra U. How does it feel to play? AGM on a 7-stream streak. It feels good. It took a little while to get the controller set up, just because I'm using. By the way, I would like to point out, because this is probably not obvious, I am playing Metroid on PC with a PS4 controller. Right, wait, I'm gonna use Ryan's Metroid. The trilogy. Yeah, there's a little different between them. Yeah. Look. Okay, this is. I'm gonna set the stage for you right here. All right. This space that we're in right now. For anybody that doesn't understand what's going on, this is the hotel. We're in the hotel, right? This safe space right here, this is the hotel. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go out to the convention floor, and we are going to be immediately hit with fan funk. This is what it's like to be in a convention. Oh, it smells, it burns. And then this is when you get back to the panel room. And now you can just enjoy the panel. That's what this is. Oh my God, we should have that. Hurts less than I remember. On my end, I got a call this late afternoon telling me they're finally taking the goddamn medal. Oh, so you're gonna lose the thing on your leg. That's great. I'm hoping your leg is healthy enough to endure it. That's great. And now, Experiment, the next step is to move to the U.S. and live upstairs on the top floor of my house, and you pay me rent. A device has been activated back on Aether. Oh, so that's probably the other... This... in the light world. The air is spicy. Why is it spicy? Ow. Oh wait. Is that more of a thing? There we go. I just now realized this is Prime 2 and not 1. What's with all this shadow stuff? It's like we're playing Prime. Oh yeah, Prime 2. Let me have a quick look at visa requirements for the U.S. allied nations. Might have to do a rain check on that one, but I appreciate the thought. Hey, listen, I make a joke, but if that were ever the case and you absolutely needed to come here and just to have a place to stay, you're more than welcome to. I just need you to be okay with the way I live, because the way I live is weird. There we go. This game has my favorite Metroid area, the Sanctuary Fortress area. Is it where that Prime Force premise gave me Prime 2 vibes? I mean, the premise of being on an unfamiliar world always kind of, you know, that's always going to be a staple. One thing I like with these, if you pop the little crystal thing when they're in it, they take a lot of. I think they just get destroyed immediately. I grew up surrounded by gangs and crime syndicates. Nothing is weird. Oh no! Experiment. It's not the crime. That's the problem here. I live in the suburbs. I live in the suburbs of the city. So this is not a crime area. It's not dirty or disgusting or anything. I mean, within my own home, I'm messy. I'm not gross. I'm not like. You look over under that pile of clothes and there's a pizza box with old pizza and it's all mold. Like, I'm not like that, but I definitely have a pile of clothes in the corner of the room. Whoa. I'd have your home ship shape in no time then. Ooh. I don't know, Experiment. You're going to come in here and change things? Never played the Prime games other than 4. That's why I didn't notice until now. It's where they had dying races and Sam is collecting MacGuffins while fighting Blue recurring rival. Oh, yeah, you're right. That is, there is, when you break it down that way, there are kind of a lot of things where you think, oh, that's completely related. I feel like I'm supposed to go that. Oh, I can't make it up there anyway. I'll get a NGC controller and a dolphin bar and play games someday. Whoa. There we go. Wait, and a dolphin bar? Is that where dolphins go to drink? You're gonna turn your house into a meta build. I mean, you'd have your own room, you know. You'd have your own room and one that we share because that's where the laundry is. I never realized how much of a hoarder my neighbor was. The fact that I can, the game will fire almost as fast as I can hit the button. Actually, no, there is a limit. The dolphin bar for me. Oh, I see what you mean. Dread uses a lot of the same kind of music. I feel like tonally Dread is similar to this. You know, you've got the sort of dark aspect of everything outside of the actual. Whoa. Okay, no. So let's go this way. There's a dark, isolated environment. I mean, Dread obviously doesn't have the damaged areas or anything. That's a dark door. Whoa. I try to avoid hoarding, but the amount of times I've thrown something away and almost Jesus style 3 days later, I'm in a situation where that thing was useful. You ever think you throw things away and then you like a week later you think, oh, I thought I got rid of that. We're talking wardrobes full of junk like newspapers from as far back as the 70s. Letters that should have been destroyed. Random broken junk that isn't salvageable. Yeah, I'm definitely not that. I'm definitely not fully that. Dread has plenty of broken areas. It's just most happen to appear after Samus leaves an area. And let's go. We're going that way, right? Yeah. No, I don't think so. There's also these little hiccups that it does. No, I can't get to that one. Oh, across. Ooh. Every time with my emotional baggage. These little helpful enemies disappear after getting the light dark beam. Odd enough, though, they're programmed to die in one hit from the annihilator beam, something not normally possible. See, now if you lived here, it would be like living with game facts. I have to confess, I never finished Prime 2. I just lost interest. I wonder how far did you get? Well, it is called the annihilator beam. How far did you get? Because this is a game that, you know, it's got a famous area that people don't like. I honestly don't remember. That's fine. What area is that? Whoa. Uh-oh. Boss fight. Gotta make it to at least Sanctuary Fortress. Whoops. My bad. My bad. Get up. Whoops. No. Whoa. Ironically, I think one of the biggest quote-unquote problems with this area is just that from a difficulty, or this game, from a difficulty standpoint, this is a game where you just, not infinite health, but all you need to do is get back into one of the light areas and you have health again. Whoops. Oh, what are you bumping me for? Okay, the amount of times I've hit that post is amazing. I have to be doing it on purpose. Okay. Oh. Ah. I may have to make a button change here. I'm having a hard time being locked in and then moving around to see the enemy. Because I have to lock in as the scan button, the L trigger. I may have to switch that around. There we go. Now what you can do, since it's shader generation, Prime 2's time insensitive case, if it desyncs at any moment, it's because the view box, it causes the view box to get crushed. There's also a random green pixel at 00 on the screen. That's a hardware issue. So if you can see that, that's there on GameCube. I don't see it at 0, 0. It might be off screen here. I checked the VOD the last time we played this. Did I play this? By this point, time-wise, I was already finished with all 3 Dark Temples. Well, hold on, because we didn't play this the entire stream. Are you saying 4.5 hours in? Because we didn't play this the entire stream. And then a lot of the beginning of us playing this was me trying to figure out how to set up the controller and Ronan telling me what to do and me not doing it right. Was that just double jump? That's just double jump, right? Greatest power up ever. Oh, and the jump ball, which I have on a separate button. Yeah, 4.5 hours. Double jump. Yeah, we did the, you know, normal talking and stuff, and then we had to set all of this up, and it took forever. Can we get up there? Do we want to get up? See, there's this door. This door seems like a fun door. Nah. Yeah, it also gives you the spring ball. They kind of did that every one of the games. When did they first do that? What was the first Metroid game where the high jump was also the spring ball? Because that's been a thing for a little while, I think. Did I get the beam authorization? No, I wanted to play the game as normal as possible. So I didn't do any of the, like, beam cycle things or, I just went right to this. I basically just wanted to play 2. Was Fusion the first time that they gave you both of them? Yeah, Super said nah. The funny thing, you know what's funny? I don't think I ever, I mean, it's not a really big deal, but I don't think I ever told you that. The very first time I ever played Super and finished it, I didn't have the spring ball. I didn't even know it was a thing. It wasn't until later when I played the game again and tried the 100% and search for everything that I ended up finding out that you have to wait for that creature to break the wall, because I couldn't break that wall. Yeah, I didn't know how to get through that, so I just beat the game, and then it wasn't until later that I found out, oh, if you wait for that thing to walk, it just breaks the wall for you. Fusion for 2D, Prime 3 for 3D. And it's funny because I always remembered thinking, this guy's so easy to kill. Why is it even here? And yeah, we got double jump, aka the best power up in any game ever. See, what's the problem with the temple keys? I have one right here. Look how easy that was. Look at that. One of the 3 keys needed to open a dark temple. There's no problem there. Easy. I found that thing as a kid was terrifying. These are the Wii what's this? Wii D Abso? What's that? Base versions that were originally Japan exclusive. Yeah. No. Basically, new play control. Oh. For this game? Am I able to get that? No. I guess we have to head back now, right? Yeah, see, if I could just hang out here, I would get all my health back. Because that is a different door. Prime, yeah, and Prime 1. They were separate releases. Oh, you know what? All right. Hold on. Give me a minute. Let me run to the restroom, and I will be right back. That one. Oh, I started watching. I was looking for something to watch to go through. And I'm still kind of on a Batman kick. I started rewatching Batman TAS. I thought there were a lot of episodes that I haven't seen. So I'm waiting for episodes where I think, oh my God, I haven't seen this in forever. Or like, I don't even remember this was an episode. I'm only like 6 to 7 episodes in. Not only do I remember everything, I forgot that the first episode of that show was the Red Claw stuff. Or the first of the Red Claw stuff. Because don't they come back later? Can't go over there. Can't go down. And I don't think that's the portal room. So I think I need to get back, and I can't get to anything else. So we'll go back to the portal room. Oh, the first episode on the DVD Blu-ray is actually the Man-Bat episode, which I also didn't remember that was so early, but I think there's a second Man-Bat episode also. I think there's one where you come back and it's not Kirk Langstrom. It's Francine, I think. I think was the second one. I remember TAS having much faster pacing than I remember. What I also didn't remember about TAS is that were there really only 3 seasons of that show? I feel like I remember there being more, but no, 3 seasons. But I don't remember how long the seasons were. That's the one thing I saw 3 seasons. There are 4. Oh, the 4th is the New Adventures of Batman and Robin. Oh, okay. All right. And I don't remember how many episodes were per season. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, we're gonna die. Yeah, so I'm going through that. I made it past Heart of Ice, one of the greatest episodes of a show ever. That was the 4th episode. It wasn't even that far in. How do you hit peak so fast? Let's go. We open that one, so now we go back. And then I'm on the 5th or 6th episode. 6th episode. It's the second part of. I like that it was Heart of Ice and Feet of Clay. Or no, was right? No, Feet of Clay. Yeah, Heart of Ice was I think the 4th episode, and then Feet of Clay I think is what the 5th and 6th episode. It's a 2-parter. It's the Clayface 2-parter. Also, I had kind of a hot take. And I think you'll like this one. Yeah, then you need Head of Air. Feet of Clay is why Clayface doesn't show up much. There's a scene in... I don't remember if it was Heart of Ice or if it was one of the Feet of Clay. I think it might have been the first episode of Feet of Clay. Where Bruce is typing on the computer, right? He's on the Bat computer, and he's typing. They show this scene of. Oh wait. Oh, so that one's now open. Oh yes, this is like the light world, dark world stuff. They show him typing, and there's an image that I looked at, and I thought. I said something to myself, and then I couldn't not see it. After I said it, I couldn't not see it. I feel like I want to try and find the image first. The way everything was colored, the way everything was shaded. And I know that this is specifically the first season because I think personally, I think the animation took a little bit of a different quality later on in the show. They were trying to simplify everything. It really was just anime, wasn't it? when you look at the way that they color everything, the lines that they used, it really was just an anime. It was an American-made anime, but that's really all it was. And I think we look at like Batman and whatnot, and we think, oh, it wasn't animated in Japan, so that would probably be the reason. We look at it and we think that it has its own unique art style, but it really was just an anime back then. And it was one thing that I saw. There was one way when Bruce is typing on the, oh, I'm sorry, Batman. When he's typing on the computer and the buttons are, you know, their uniform shape and everything, and they have a color on them, but then there's a highlight color. But the way the highlight color is put in, that was the moment where I said, oh, this is just an anime. That's all that it is. We do that, and then we do that, and then we do that. Yeah, I didn't know that the first season was done in Japan. I thought it was all just, I thought it was a fully American show. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. I'll have to find the image if I can even find it. It was such a nothing scene. There was nothing about the scene that was unique. It just, I remember looking at it, and I looked at it yesterday, and I immediately thought, like, wow, this is basically just an anime. Whoa. Hold on. Let's see if there's... Whoa. Are there any secrets? No? Okay. Boop. I got pooped out. Right into a save room. This is Prime 2. Prime 2. Batman TAS Bruce typing. Oh! It's right. Image right here. Hold on. Copy image. Hold on. Hold on. Follower forms. I'm putting this under follower forms. Actually, I'll put it in side chat 1 because I think everybody's putting in their Nintendo thingy. Side chat 1. Batman tool assisted speedrun. Look at the way the keys on the keyboard that he's using. Look at the way that they're highlighted. And when I saw it, I think there's another shot where it's more close up. But once I saw that, I was like, oh, it's just an anime, right? I never really saw it that way because I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it looking for that. This is just a shortcut back to the first save station, first hub room, and map world. All right, so let me see here. Hold on. So I have to get back to the portal room, which the portal room I think was up here. Was up here. Okay. So, oh yeah. So then we just turn around. Turn around. There we go. I need to go to mining station. Oh, I thought I was just gonna go back to the portal room. Whoa! Stop doing that. So that's the save room, right? Oh no, wait! I went back to. I went through the portal room. Okay, so that door. Yeah, because I can't go to any of those yet. Okay, here we go. Batman TAS episode title card is the same font as a Sonic 3 level font. Would it be possible for you to show up in the next couple streams? Because none of us know this game like you do. Experiment. I got lost. I couldn't find I don't remember what room it was. I couldn't find the switch to activate the thingy to launch me up. We were lost 10 minutes in. I couldn't find the switch. There's a thing where there's a little there's the thing on the ground that you have to be the ball and it fires you somewhere. But the switch to activate it is right around the edge of the corner, and I, for whatever reason, I was there and I didn't see it. So I'm going this way. I mean, getting lost is part of it, but you know, I'm also streaming. That's what I was saying at the time. Like, I'm also streaming, and I don't want to be wandering lost the entire time, begging for Miles to help me. Oh God. So we're going up there. This way. Oh, did I not? I thought I got that one already. Oh. Meow. And I'm getting scans, but I'm not really going hardcore for scans. I think I did 100% scans in Metroid Prime 1, and then I don't think I ever did it again. John demanded me to join when TCR was doing this game for the Sky Key Hunt. Streamers tend to not be very observant of things. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we pay attention to, so I don't give myself too much crap. But I'm also at the same time trying to be an entertainer, basically. So I don't want to create a stream that's boring to watch, you know. And Ryan, you're like me in the sense where when the streamer doesn't know where to go too badly, it does kind of aggravate. It does get aggravating. The charity room. So I'm going this way. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we're going out and to the left. I still feel like something's off with the controls too. Not the controls as far as functionality, the controls with how I have everything set up. I still feel like something's wrong. Like I need buttons in different places. It's less not knowing where to go and more I'm gonna sit here and theory craft and do nothing while doing so when I could find my answers if I just kept playing. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. I feel like I'm not guilty of that. I think I would like to think I'm not guilty of that too much. Whoa. Are we going the right way? Yeah. I'm just going to walk across this bridge like this. And if you get shot, it's your own fault. This side chat too. They have similar font. Let me see. Side chat too. I see Heart of Ice. Hold on. Whoa. What the hell? Wait, it's the Heart of Ice twice. It's so nice you had to put it twice. It is a damn good episode, though. And I forgot how much I really loved Mr. Freeze's basically everything he says. Anybody got a favorite Mr. Freeze line? I think he's definitely one of my favorites to listen speak. So that way is where I'm going. Aha. I love that Mr. Freeze's arch nemesis is a man named Boyle. Freeze. Freeze! That's Mr. Freeze to you. What a great line that is. It's so good. I'd cry if I'd had tears to shed. Oh, that's so good. All of him in his final appearance. Oh my God. All of him in his final appearance of Batman Beyond. It's something I kept in cold storage. Leave me You're the only one who cares. Oh, Mr. Freeze is such a great villain. If villain is even the right word to use. Remember, there might be some momentary discomfort. and I always got a kick out of save your breath. I am neither afraid nor capable of being comforted by your banal words. Ah! Just what's going on? His last line in Batman Beyond is so heartbreaking. That was that Leave Me? You're the only one who cares? Check out that one for the Gunpla I ended up getting yesterday as stream ended. Oh yeah, I see it. Key King, Kia. I see the Angel Island Zone. Yeah, it is the same font. Ooh, I like that. Can you still get Dragon? Can you still get the new Gundam? What's the Gunpla? What's the Gundam with the thing on the back that looks like the moon? Can you get that one still? Holy, that's a great looking one. Is that? I believe the font for that, the font name is Broadway. So I guess I'm going. Am I going up there? Going up there. Let's go up there. You can get that, not from a hobby shop, but I've seen it on Amazon. Whoa. Oh, right there. Okay.
Recording to logbook.
And so that's that one. And then there should be a door I can get through. No, oh, up there. I walked right past. This is why I get lost. I walk right past it. Right here, right here. This is why I get lost. Yeah, you missed the door switch scan to the next floor. This is why I get lost because I just blast past things. I really have to change that too. The kit I got is the Gundam 00 XR Riser. Is a side story prototype upgrade for the 00 Gundam from season 2. That was planned but in show never completed. Yeah. That's awesome. I blast process through things. Uh-huh. This is my genesis. I'm definitely mega driven right now. If I don't find a job at some point, I'll have to move out and become a nomad. Game Gear. Oh, if I want to add anything to my setup, I'll have to buy more Game Gear. I like that he jumped back behind the wall and it was not safe. I thought I saw another one somewhere. In classic gamer fashion, the music is still going, so the fight's not over. Have you heard the Funny Horse anime girl game? Hold on. I know what you're talking about. I remember the name of it. Uma Musume?
Recording to logbook. Main defense system having rapid movement and cover to avoid damage. Uma Musume. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's why Monster Musume meant monster girl. Okay. Ume means horse and Musume means Musume. No. Oh. Ah, damn it. Well, I can't spider ball. I can't do that. Ow. I don't know if I'm supposed to... What am I supposed to do here? Because I don't have spider ball. Here, let's scan some of this other stuff. Okay. Crewman effective device. Okay. What am I looking for here? I feel like I'm looking for somewhere to hop up, but I can't find the hop up to the hop up. Ow. I don't know if I have to just shoot them or... Oh, I do have to just shoot them. Okay. I'm overthinking it. I'm thinking I had to find something to disable them. Spider ball, does whatever a ball does. It just sits there until acted upon by an outside force. That's called... Which one is that called? What's the one that it won't act unless acted upon by an outside force? I don't know. What's that? It's not Ohm's law, right? Okay. This one. In show, Double O Riser is a small ship. Newton's law. Isn't that the first Newton's law, right? Enhanced abilities. More importantly, absorb excess energy. Suit gave off XR Riser was planned to be an independent unit that added more power and could be operated by another pilot when plugged in. Man. Friendly neighborhood, man. That's Newton's first law, right? An object at rest will stay at rest unless acted upon by an outside force. I mean, it looks to me like the ball's moving. So, Newton's first law. Thank you. And Newton's second law is that it's not a cookie, it's a fig Newton. If anybody didn't know that. Floor. Let's see here. Oh, scannables. Oh, look at that. Hello. Because it had independent power, it no longer served as an energy dump for the 00, so it was scrapped. But the tech was reused to make upgraded Harute suit into 00. Oh, so when you say it was not used and scrapped, you didn't mean in the show. You meant you didn't mean for the creation of the show. You meant in the world of the show. On the next episode of Learning with Uncle Silver, we will be discussing whether or not working at GameStop is worth it in the long run. Who would Nintendo Mutant be? Mutant. That's a Mutant's first law. Mutant's first law is I see now that, what is it? The circumstances of one's birth are not relevant. That's Mutant's first law. Ow. What I wouldn't give to have a power bomb right there. You think Mewtwo is a god of mewing? Mew. Any wasps that were in the figs would have been dissolved by the acidity of the figs. Wait, what happened? Wasps and fig Newtons were a myth. I didn't know there was a thing about wasps and fig Newtons. What about the spiders in your chocolate? Has anybody ever heard that one? No. It's insects, insect parts in chocolate. The spiders was, that you eat 8 spiders in the course of your life. That was on a Snapple cap, I think. The average person eats 8 spiders in their lifetime. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Hold on. Where am I going here? No. This is where I came from. That myth is a lie. That's what I wasn't sure about. It is this way. I saw this little sequence right here, and I thought this was the way I already came. I mean, impossible for every bug to be in your processed food. Are you guys eating spiders? You guys just are eating spiders in America? No. So the logic was that in your sleep, your mouth is a dark, moist place. So spiders, in the course of your life, spiders would at some point try to get in there, and in the course of your life during sleep, that you would ingest as few as 8 of them. And that was the logic. And it's like, all right, I kind of get it, but A, don't put that in my Snapple cap. And B, that seems like a massive generalization. Oh my God, this is the employee of the month. Look at him. Yeah, you'd eat more. Well, that it's not common though. It's not really common, so that you would only it would only be about that many. But yeah, I feel like if you live in a place where there's a lot of spiders, you probably have a lot more. Which is horrifying to think of for people, but I look at it as, hey, free protein, right? Get a little protein snack in the middle of the night. How would you know if you were asleep? Like you wouldn't, and that was sort of the whole point, is that you would just sort of unknowingly do it, which is why they say that about it being in your food. Like you're not gonna know. Yeah, that's all speculation. Scientists were very annoyed at Snapple for that myth, and I think they pulled the cap after they complained. To earlier, yeah, in the world of 000, they did a spin-off data book that later became a few mini novels that explain potential suit upgrades from both between seasons 1 and 2 and after season 2, including a few that got built. 00 Avalanche, but only prototyped. There was an outlier in the average sorts of problems where most people would eat 0 spiders. There's one guy who's eating it. Yeah, most people ate 0 spiders, and one guy just ate a crap load of spiders. I mean, and there are technically, aren't there areas? Are there places where they eat spiders? I know there's places where they eat crickets and stuff. Ooh. So would the spider eating population ruin the average? Oh wait, I missed the monitor. Fried tarantulas are a thing. Are they really? All right, so 2 questions. I have 2 questions. Number 1, has anyone here ever tried that? Fried spiders, fried crickets. Has anyone here, scorpion, has anybody here ever had anything like that? Have you ever tried it? Yes, you have. How is it? How is it? Is it as outside of the concept of what you're doing? It's gross. Okay. Tarantulas are okay. Crickets are gross. What about scorpions? You know what I wanted? Isn't there a vodka where, because there's the vodka where you have the tequila where you have the worm in the bottom, which I have had, and I have drunk that worm, had that worm. Isn't there a vodka that had a scorpion in the bottle? Tarantulas are a lot meatier than crickets, so it feels better to eat. There's a vodka with the scorpion at the bottom. It adds nothing to it. That is a thing, right? That's not like a fake thing. Snapple based the fact on word of mouth. There's no research to prove that, and no research into it. And when confronted, Snapple said, "Well, there's no proof. If there's no proof, it's untrue. There's no proof, it's untrue." And then warned about being proven false. They pulled it and said, "Our bad." The bugs and alcohols are purely there for marketing. There's a snake alcohol too. I kind of want the scorpion one. I feel bad for the scorpion, but it's no, wait. I was gonna make a Kurt Connors joke. Kurt Connors wasn't the scorpion. Kurt Connors was the lizard. Who was Scorpion in the Spider-Man mythos? I've had fried crickets and cheese powder. They weren't bad, just mentally weird. So compete with U.S. alcohols by saying that those alcohols are stronger. Yeah, you're a bigger man for drinking them or something. I mean, that's the whole worm thing. The whole worm thing is like, oh, it's a big deal to have the tequila with the worm in it. Which I've had it. I've had the worm. It's good. I mean, it doesn't really add anything. I can tell you that the shot with the worm had a little bit of a kick to it, but that might have also just been because I knew. You know, sort of a sort of wormy placebo effect. Whoa! The worm one is because the worm supposedly makes you... Oh, see, I didn't hear that. I heard that they drop the worm in alive, and then the worm's body absorbs the alcohol, so it's almost like drinking an alcohol pill. But again, you know, this is pre-internet knowledge, and I don't know if that actually makes it better or worse. No, I need to eat worms then. Well, it's the worm in the tequila. That's why we're not just eating fried worms. That's the big blast door. Mac Gargan is Mac Gargan is Spider-Man Scorpion. Okay, thank you. Is it Mac Gargan? Okay. I need to start drinking too. Nah, if you don't drink, I think you're fine. All right. So the other question that I had was going to be, who would be willing to? Who would want to? Like, who wants to try the Scorpion tequila or fried crickets? Let's go fried crickets. Like, who would want to do that? Here, I will let the game tell me where to go. See how long that took? And we're right near it too. That's all I want. That's all I want, Miles. Miles, I just want you to let me figure it out for a little while and then tell me the answer later. Okay. Fried crickets, no. Scorpion tequila, yes. Oh, look, it turns out you can have a turret that doesn't just immediately decimate your health. Ow, 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 ow. You have an idea of what a lots of bugs taste like? Think of seafood crustacean. Ugh. Oh, there it goes. Besides bees, the only bug I like is scorpions. They look cool AF. I do like scorpions. I do think they look kind of cool. Bees I like just because of what bees do for us, but I do think scorpions look pretty cool. I wonder why. I wonder what it is about scorpions. Like, is it the shape? Maybe it's the general shape. Oh, who's shooting at me? You? Urgh. Don't you know? Oh, it's hip to FB. Wait, what? Scorpions are cool until they sting you or keep getting in your shoes. Are the scorpions out in? Are scorpions really as dangerous? I've heard with scorpions and a lot of insects like that. I heard it with jellyfish too, that the smaller they are, the more dangerous their venom is. Are scorpions really like super duper dangerous? I don't like Scorpion. Cheap in Mortal Kombat. Yes, but they try and avoid people. Yeah, but people don't always avoid them. Ow! The venom ones, I'd imagine so. Some are, but many aren't. But they still hurt a lot. But the small, dangerous ones look a lot like the okay ones. Yeah, but even then, the sting must hurt quite. Yeah, the sting is obviously going to be pain. It is a small needle that you're technically getting stabbed with. Get. The bigger jellyfish can be extremely dangerous. Box jellyfish are big. I thought box jellyfish were the little rinky-dink ones. I thought they were the ones that, like, you die in 2 weeks and you'll suffer the entire time. Yeah, I thought the box jellyfish were the really small ones. Yeah. Oh, wait, here we go. Here we go with this. I don't like jellyfish. I have a phobia of them. I don't have at least I didn't think I have a phobia of jellyfish. I don't think I do. But we went to the beach one time and there were jellyfish, but they're the little ones that don't really sting. But I was afraid to get in the water with them. I was so terrified that I was going to get stung. The small needle isn't the issue. Even the tiny ones have poison. Just not will kill you bad, but my foot is on fire bad. At least you can dodge scorpions with a UV blacklight. So when I play Metroid PR Pikmin or Pikmin, I freeze sometimes. You turn the heat on. Rattlesnakes have evolved to become more aggressively relative. Oh, sorry, cracking my back. Because humans have been conditioned to kill everyone they hear. Rattlesnakes use a rattle to ward off predators, but people use that. But people use it as a sign to find and kill them. So the ones that end up surviving more often are the ones that are aggressive and attacking. Oh, they glow under UV lights. They glow under a bright light when you shine one on them. I've heard people using it out in Arizona. That's interesting. I didn't know that was they glow. What are they made of? Wintergreen lifesavers? Okay, so I probably have to start jumping up there, huh? So that's why that's a thing in DK Bonanza. Do I Are there any? Oh wait, what's this? Oh, okay. I remember this. Okay. So then, all right. No, it has to be this one first. Yeah, and then this one. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. There we go. And then this. Oh, yeah, they're shaped like little up and downs. Hey, Mr. Sonic. Moved to Arizona. One of the first things we did was buy a flashlight with a UV light and always carried at night. Yeah, I just noticed they're shaped like little arrows. All right, so then... Aha. Whoa. Okay, so then... So we need to get on the other side. So now I have to reverse these two. And that one can stay. Oh, my bad. How's Prime Hack? It's really good, Ronan. It's really efficient. Like it's working really well, I should say. Yeah, I'm really digging this. I'm glad that this functions as well as it does. I may, on my own time, try Prime 3 just to see how well it feels. I won't play through it. I'll save that for stream. Oh, can I use this with hunters? If I can get my hands on a hunters? Will I be able to use it? Or is it basically just for these? We were also told if you see javelinas, wild little pigs, don't try to pet them. Walk calmly but swiftly away without panicking. They can run down even adult men and eat meat. They will gore you despite their size. It won't work with hunters. Boo. What's this way? Oh, I can't go this way. Okay. Prime Hack is a modded dolphin emulator, so no DS game. Well, I wasn't sure if maybe they sort of like reworked it or something so it would work here. Oh, ow. I only played Prime 1 and 4. Yeah, chat, what are your thoughts on Prime 2 so far? What are your thoughts on it just in general and maybe what you're seeing here? Is there any do you see anything that you would like here? See. Bum 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 bum. My thoughts on it so far, it's just pretty favorable. Pretty forgettable, but not bad. Kind of mid. I didn't find the areas interesting, and I didn't like the limited beams. See, it's funny. We were talking earlier about the idea that I haven't beaten it yet, but I recall playing it when I was young. We're probably gonna wrap up there. You know, we were talking about it earlier. Like, do you think it's like the forgotten Metroid Prime game? And Ronan, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak, and CJ for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate that. Is it like the forgotten game? And I feel like people remember this game. I think I personally, if I had to pick between 2 and 3, I think 3 is the one that's a little bit more forgotten. I think that 3 is one that I think more people play 2 than 3, and I don't know if that's accurate or not. Just how I feel. I would like to know what the numbers are, not sales numbers. I kind of just am curious to know if people like. I'll never know, but if people played it more. I feel like 3 is the one that everybody that a lot of people didn't play, so this is the one that they played. I feel like there's a belief that it's kind of mid, that it's a very average game. Like you said, it looks visually, it's kind of dull. It adds to the formula. This is, we say this all. I say this a lot. It adds to the formula, but the stuff that it adds, it also kind of takes away. It added light and dark beams instead of, plasma, ice, and wave. But then it made them ammo-based weapons. And I don't think that they were particularly more as interesting. I love the light suit. I think that the light suit that we're going to get later, I think that that's gorgeous. But visually and gameplay-wise, it's a Metroid Prime game. I think that's how a lot of people end up feeling about Prime 2, is that it's a Metroid Prime game. And, Prime 3, I think what's interesting is because it's motion controls, everybody kind of treats it differently. There's a idea of there was Prime 1, and then there was Prime 2, and then there was Prime 3, but 3's the one with motion control, so that kind of changes everything. And then there's Prime 4, and then there was Hunters, but Hunters is on the DS, so it's a bit different, and the control is really awkward, right? I think Prime 1 and Prime 2 are the one that get compared to each other the most because they're the most like each other. There's no alternate gimmick that changes how you're supposed to look at it. Twilight Princess versus Skyward Sword. It's hard to put those against each other because one of them has this motion control gimmick that either works for you or it doesn't. And regardless of whether or not it works for you or doesn't, it's a factor that you put into that you say, oh, but there's always this difference. So Prime 1 and Prime 2, I think, get compared to each other more just because they're both the same kind of control, the same kind of format, the same kind of exploration, but one of them is the later game. There are some fundamental differences, which is no different than two different games. To be fair, visually, both Twilight and Skyward Sword are very different. I don't think they're that different. I think that they are different overall, but I think that they're more similar than I remember them being. Although I will say Skyward Sword definitely had a more colorful aesthetic, even though Skyward Sword also had that haze over everything, which I can't stand. Skyward Sword is significantly brighter in tone, but then it had that weird haze to it, and I always kind of hated that. Yeah, they're different in terms of brightness. Hold on, so we're going to close that. We saved, so hopefully that works. Twilight Princess is Lord of the Rings. Skyward Sword is more anime-esque. So yeah, they were definitely different, but I felt like when I played 1, I was like, oh, this is like a continuation of Twilight Princess. Like, it's the same kind of graphics. It wasn't like playing Twilight Princess and then or Skyward Sword and then Wind Waker, right? I mean, Wind Waker's a different thing, but Ocarina, I don't think either one of them looked more like Ocarina of Time. Maybe Skyward Sword. But then even if you say that, but again, like, all right, so they're different visually, but the controls were still the thing. Skyward Sword, but the motion controls. So there's always my point is just that there's always this sort of caveat. We don't ever like when we compare Metroid Prime 1 and 2, we just compare them as games. There may be things that we don't like about them. You don't like the dark aether. You don't like the hurting, like the dark void areas, or the ammo for your guns. But there's still pretty much a direct comparison of those games. Whenever you start to add in Prime 3 or Hunters, there's always some caveat to it. There's it's DS bad controls or motion control bad controls. Or if you love them, they're still different. Skyward Sword had a lot of different mechanics, including the stamina system, whether you like that or not, to be fair. So far, just watching you play, I can barely remember anything about it. It's just visually been pretty dull. And I'm not just comparing it to Prime 4's visuals, but even Prime 3. Prime 3 was another one that I think probably doesn't get the recognition it deserves for how nice it looked. I remember that game looking really, really nice. But yes, that's a very linear type of game. Pseudo-linear. Linear. Probably more linear than I remember. I love Skyward Sword. Never thought it was as bad as people made it out to be. I don't mind the stamina system as long as you're smart with it. Yeah, stamina system I didn't really mind. I didn't think the motion controls didn't work. There were a few moments here and there where the motion controls were kind of obnoxious, but I didn't think people would say like the motion controls don't even work. No, I don't really think that that's the case. I didn't believe that, but there were plenty of moments where I did not want to be using motion controls. Skyward Sword in particular, there were in Prime. I actually liked Prime 3's motion controls. I thought that they worked pretty well, but you're also shooting, so holding the Wiimote and then shooting makes perfect sense. I didn't think that the sword swinging felt really good in Skyward Sword. I didn't like it. I felt like I was doing this in order to fight, and I didn't like it. Ocarina's art style is polygons, and Majora's Mask is Tim Burton polygons. It's hard for me to do a direct comparison for Twilight, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask because I just really didn't like Majora's Mask. But I think it's fair to compare them. I definitely think so. Prime 3 compared to the other two looks the best by default. Prime 3 is more detailed because it's on better hardware. Is it technically on better hardware? Isn't the Wii technically just a GameCube? I like using the Wii sword to swing around shields. I also didn't wildly swing the Wiimote. I mean, I did try to slash a little bit more, but you start to realize that works too. Yeah. I'm also kind of remembering something from a long time ago, so maybe I do need a revisit to it. I thought about that with Skyward Sword. I thought about the fact that I need a revisit at some point, but I don't know if I'd want to play the modern one or the original one. I wasn't a hugest fan of the motion controls for that game, but this modified motion controls for the Switch version of the game, I'm not sure I'm going to vibe with. I really don't think I'm going to enjoy that. Bad swordplay is why I love Skyward's combat. It encouraged me to find other methods to fight and utilize my items. It's not a bad take. That's not actually a bad take. Maybe that's what I need to do. Wii is an overclocked GameCube with a RAM removed, MEM2 added, GPU given more TEV units, and a embedded ARM9 CPU to handle everything that makes a Wii a Wii. Skyward Sword is a game that rewards patience with the controls, but the Switch version is good. So the Switch version had like the modified motion controls, so I was like, we'll see how I feel about that, but I still never picked it up. Don't forget that you can still use motion controls on. Oh yeah, you're right. I could still use motion controls on Skyward Sword on the Switch, so I'll be able to do that. Currently stuck in a school work meeting. I wish I can bust out the Switch or the Ein Thor. Is it Ein Thor? Ein Thor, or is it AYN Thor? Yeah, it has both schemes. All right, so that's good then. So maybe they can do that for Prime Hunters when that comes out. All right, give me 1 second here. It's kind of a light stream today. Like we did a lot, but also I don't know, it felt kind of like a light stream. Everybody I know doesn't stream right now, so I don't have anybody. And also argue the gap between Wind Waker and Twilight is a similar gap between Twilight and Skyward Sword. Anything you need, Thor. Oh, it's a light stream. Oh, because we ended up on Aether. Oh, so it was a light stream. I get it. You have someone? Link them to me, and then I'll send you over there. Majora's Mask is my favorite one, but I also consider it the toughest one to get into. Either you like the time limit and side quests, or you don't. And I don't. And that's the thing. The time limit I can work with, especially since you get stuff to slow it down. It can be an interesting mechanic. It's just I had no interest in doing all of the side questing stuff and going back and forth, and I find it very confusing. And everybody says you have to do that because it's fun. Like that's how you have fun in Majora's Mask. It's like, then I don't want to do that. I feel like if you have to if you have to do, I've said this before with other games like Yakuza. If I have to do the side quests in order for the game to be fun, they're not side quests. See the name? Yeah, X something. Wait, X Arc. Chris, you're sending me to somebody, Ronan, whose name starts with X blank. I'm gonna copy it just so I can post it in there. Copy. Okay. Consider a Majora a guide game. Yeah, I would need that. I like time limit games, Dead Rising and Pikmin. Okay, but that is going to do it for today. So thank you everybody for stopping in and for hanging out. A little slightly early. I think the last set of streams have been like 6.5 to 7.5 hours. We'll get done a little early today. Oh, if I haven't said this to you guys, I should say this to you now. I have been putting all of this on YouTube. The streams I haven't been cutting them down or anything. They're just full on YouTube. So I have been doing that. Uncle Silver, or Uncle Silver Gaming. I forget what I have it on YouTube. I think it's Uncle Silver on YouTube. You should be able to find me quickly. Same icon. So if you miss any of these, you're welcome to watch the VOD, but the VOD will leave after 60 days, 45 days. They'll be up on YouTube. So if you want to rewatch them, I would also ask you to rewatch them on, if you're going to rewatch them, I would ask you to do that on YouTube. Obviously you don't have to since you guys are here, so there's no need to, but just in case, if you want to catch like the beginning of the stream or something, I do put them up on YouTube. It takes about a day. So I have to, I'll upload it now, but it'll take a while. And then tomorrow morning, I'll set everything up and then I'll put it live. So just if you want to do that, and, while you're there, you can go ahead and follow me. Just, letting you know. But for right now, I'm going to send you over to, tomorrow. Tomorrow we have off. So we're going to have off tomorrow. I am going to take off. I have to go, and I'm going to go see my father, and I'm going to I'll probably go downtown and hang out for a little bit. I might hit that Gunpla store. So if there's anything that really jumps out at me, I still can't really spend money, but if there's anything that really jumps out at me, or if they finally have a Gundam Aerial, I'll finally pick that up. And I'll post pictures or something, let you guys know what's going on. But for right now, I'm going to send you over to, what is it? X Arc Cressix. Ronan says they're doing, I never went to this person, so my apologies if I send you somewhere where they are not pleasant. But Ronan sent me this person, so I hope they're okay. But I'm gonna send you there right after the credits. So thank you everybody for stopping in and for hanging out. Don't forget to drink your mask, wear your water, social distance whenever possible. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I will see you all on Thursday. Oh, and on Thursday we're going to, the aerial full mechanical kit. On Thursday we also have, we're gonna stream like normal, but then there is the Resident Evil event at 5 p.m. Eastern, so we'll stay on long enough. I may start a little bit later because I want to stay on long enough to watch the Resident Evil event. So that's going to be Thursday. So I don't know how long that thing is going to be, but we should get a kick out of watching it. But thank you, everybody. And don't forget to drink your mask, wear your water, social distance whenever possible. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other. And I will see you all on Thursday.